Well, good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining us for the third Pawa Liklik NGO Forum, the gathering of the strong, small NGOs working in international development. My name's Jen Nelson. I'm here at KTF, and I'm so honoured to be hosting our event virtually again this year, but still at least bringing us all together, our incredible cohort of creative, resilient, flexible, small to medium-sized NGOs working in aid and development in the Pacific and around the globe. I'd like to start by acknowledging that today I'm coming to you from the land of the Kombu Meri people of the Ugambe language region here on the Gold Coast, and I want to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the lands on which you stand and the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us. I pay my respects to elders, past, present and emerging, and extend that respect to all First Nations people with us from Australia, PNG and other lands. I'd like to give thanks to our wonderful event partners again this year, Goodwill Hunters, UQ and ACFID, for all your support in putting together the cracking day that we have ahead of us. We have an extraordinary lineup of speakers, subject matter experts and panelists, and you'll be hearing from some of our counterparts about the current challenges that we're facing in our rapidly changing world. You can follow the program today on our event website, which is powerliklik.community, where you'll also find all the incredible speaker bios. And we have over 140 people registered for today's forum, representing 76 different organisations. We'll be recording today and publish the recordings on the Pawa Liklik website for you to revisit. Today's forum has been designed with you front and centre, and you might remember, if you've attended in the past, that we circulated a series of surveys to get your input into what you needed most from today, and our teams and partners have worked hard behind the scenes pulling together a program to respond. So I hope that we've done this justice, and we look forward to some great engagement throughout the day. So enough from me. I'm sure you're all keen to hear from our first speaker. I'm absolutely delighted to welcome Senator Zed Cecilia, Minister for International Development and the Pacific, to open this year's forum. Senator Cecilia is the Senator for the Australian Capital Territory and was sworn in as Minister for International Development and the Pacific in December 2020. Since taking up the role, Minister Cecilia has undertaken visits to Papua New Guinea in July, where he opened the newly refurbished Angao Hospital in Lae, and more recently Fiji for the first visit there since borders closed at the start of the pandemic for the strengthening of trade and economic ties and people-to-people links. I want to thank the Minister for taking time out of his very busy schedule. Minister, I know you're on a deadline. Thank you, though, for setting the scene for us and opening this year's forum. Over to you.
Well, thank you very much, Jen. Great to be with you, and it's great to be part of Pawa Liklik for 2021. It is impressive that this forum has been able to become such a fixture in only 3 years, and I'm very glad as Minister for International Development and the Pacific to take part. The power of small, Pawa Liklik. It's a fascinating motif, and I have to say it's very appropriate for our times. In a real, tangible way, it reflects the nature of many of the NGOs working hard across the Pacific and Southeast Asia today. Often small, run by passionate people or volunteers with close community ties who are committed to effecting real change and progress in our region. NGOs working in development assistance must be nimble and adaptable to changing circumstances. As you might say in PNG, o Liklik NGO igat strong. Literally, NGOs have strength and power. And helping to get a tiny village access to clean drinking water for the first time, working with community networks of women to give them places to go when their safety or the safety of their kids is threatened, helping people access microfinance so they can develop an idea for a market or business that will help transform the economic base of their region, or one of countless other small but profound ways in which we can change lives. Small NGOs are there on the ground, day by day and year by year, working hand in hand with local communities and helping to drive sustainable and inclusive development outcomes throughout the region. Big projects are part of it, supporting infrastructure that will transform a remote community's economy, for example. And governments and large NGOs have big roles to play as drivers and funders of development. But small NGOs are critical too. Your work on the ground delivers real, immediate outcomes and ensures that communities are able to benefit from big projects. There are many projects one could mention. One example I'm conscious of is Family PNG, a small NGO who helped 13 safe houses across 11 provinces provide temporary shelter to an additional 1,863 survivors of violence through 2020 and 21, 3/4 women, 1/4 men. Pawa Liklik has a symbolism too that is very appropriate for life in a pandemic. Now, while governments have set the direction to help prevent the worst of COVID-19 as it has broken upon our shores, it has ultimately been individuals who have had the power to shape the course of the pandemic. We as individuals have made countless decisions with huge impact, choosing to stay home from work, to remain isolated from other family and friends, even though we have known we would have to bear the economic and the mental health impacts. Accepting restrictions on personal liberties, inconveniences to keep us all safe, like COVID check-ins, tracking apps and digital certificates and so on. And choosing to take vaccination seriously, to get vaccinated, to protect our loved ones, the only action that can in the end keep our societies safe. This pandemic has been a case study in Pawa Liklik, small actions with a big impact. So thank you everyone in the room. The past 12 months since your last forum have not been easy for the Pacific or for our region more broadly. Life has been challenging for many Australians, but things have been very challenging in the Pacific too, with unprecedented economic and fiscal impacts and the tragic loss of lives. A few weeks before East Coast Australians saw the surge of the last big wave, Fiji was buffeted by COVID too, peaking at over 1,200 new daily infections in late July. At that time, daily COVID deaths in Fiji were almost as high as they'd been in Australia through our latest wave, a hugely challenging task for one of our biggest island neighbours. Fiji had gone a long way through the pandemic without a significant outbreak, but like most other Pacific countries, its economy had been heavily hit by COVID anyway. Heavily dependent on tourism, Fiji's economy had its greatest ever shock, and it likely will be some time, years maybe, before revenue recovers to pre-COVID levels. Papua New Guinea too battles a major outbreak of Delta, now evident in at least 12 provinces. Australia is deeply concerned about the impact of COVID-19 in PNG, including the significant pressure the rapid spread of Delta is placing on the health system. We're doing everything we can to support the government and the people across the Torres Strait in their response to the current surge in cases. PNG's leaders are driving their country's response. Australia, together with other partners, is working closely with PNG to boost vaccine uptake and tackle the big challenges, including geography, gaps in the health system, logistics, and vaccine hesitancy. Australia is doing everything we can to support the PNG government to overcome these challenges, including by working with multilateral organisations and NGOs. Right now, Australia's 6th AUSMAT-led medical team is providing clinical advisory support to key hospitals and provincial health administrations in PNG and has managed delivery of crucial medical supplies to 15 at-risk provinces. This recent support comes on top of extensive ongoing assistance to PNG's COVID-19 response. Under the government's Partnerships for Recovery initiative, we've redeployed significant parts of Australia's $4 billion development assistance program to support Pacific nations in a range of ways. We've drawn on Australia's full range of national assets to support everything from budgetary and fiscal support through to providing hospital and infectious diseases personnel to try to keep stretched hospital systems functioning. As in Australia, vaccination has been a huge part of our response in the Pacific. In Timor-Leste, for example, we've provided 2 AUSMAT teams, the most recent of which came out early last month to help after the Delta surge peaked in August. Timor-Leste has done a great job with vaccination, supported with more than 677,000 vaccine doses to date from Australia, and now has more than 76% of its adult population covered by at least one jab. In Fiji, too, where I was last week, the vaccination program, supported by more than 1 million doses from Australia, has been highly successful, and I know the government there is looking at how to restart tourism as soon as possible. In fact, we will see those flights happening from 1 December. But the fact is, as everyone in the room knows, COVID broke on a Pacific already struggling with a host of significant challenges. In many countries, COVID has sent development gains backwards. Poverty has expanded through the course of the pandemic rather than shrinking as it had been in previous years and decades. To help address the pandemic's economic and social costs, our temporary targeted $304.7 million COVID-19 response package provides support to the Pacific and Timor-Leste to maintain the delivery of critical health and social services and to support economic recovery. To date, we've delivered over 2.2 million vaccine doses from our domestic supplies into the Pacific and Timor-Leste. We're also working closely with Pacific partners on vaccine certification to ensure our region can safely reopen and supporting the Pacific aviation sector to be ready to contribute to a tourism-led recovery. And COVID has, of course, had no impact on the biggest challenge facing the Pacific, climate change. At Glasgow, our Pacific family made it very clear just how urgent this issue is for our part of the world, and we have made clear and ironclad commitments to reducing our carbon emissions. This conference will discuss all of these issues and more, and I know the people taking part and small NGOs working in our region at large will be important in the years ahead in determining just how much progress we can make. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Minister, for setting the scene and for opening our 2021 forum. It has indeed been a very difficult 18 months for small to medium-sized NGOs, and these challenges will continue well into 2022. And the strength of working alongside the Australian government in a lot of our frontline response to the pandemic has been absolutely critical. Please look out in your inbox. There is a small gift and token of appreciation coming your way. Thank you again for carving out time this morning. We know you've got to rush off and deal with a number of challenges today, but thank you so much. We will be back after a short break, commencing at 10:10 Australian Eastern Daylight Savings Time. That's 9:10 for those of us in Queensland and PNG. We'll see you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you so much for your patience. The Minister's schedule has been made a bit more demanding this morning with the situation unfolding in the Solomons. So we are very grateful that he could indeed join us for that short period of time and officially open this year's forum. During the day, particularly in our panels, there will be opportunities to ask questions and to comment. So if it's not already, please do name your Zoom screen name with your name and your organisation, and feel free to use either the chat box or the Q&A function to upload your questions or your comments as we go today. All other keynotes and panels will be expecting your questions, so please do ask away. We've also activated the functionality on Zoom for you to elect to turn on subtitles or live transcripts. So you can do that by selecting the live transcript CC button at the bottom of your Zoom screen. Our next speaker is incredibly well qualified to share insights on what lies ahead as we continue to battle the COVID-19 pandemic. Professor Brendan Crabb is an infectious disease researcher and is the Director and CEO of the Burnet Institute, co-head of the Malaria Research Laboratory, and chair of the Victorian chapter of the Association of Australian Medical Research Institutes. A leading voice during the COVID-19 pandemic, Brendan, through Burnet, has played a major role in the COVID-19 pandemic, advising governments, speaking regularly to the media, and advocating strongly for public health action, especially in our region. Professor Crabb will discuss what small to medium-sized NGOs can expect over the next 12 months as the global community continues to battle the COVID-19 pandemic. Please welcome Professor Brendan Crabb.
Thank you so much, Jen. Thank you, everybody from the foundation and all my NGO colleagues. Really great to be here. I feel like I'm amongst family. First, an apology. I just saw the photo of me that came up. Embarrassingly, looks like a different person, given it's such an old photo. I'm obviously much older and grayer, and the pandemic's had that effect on me. But so is about a decade that's passed. So great pleasure to speak to you today. What lies ahead is obviously a very hard thing to predict, but I'd like to provide a little bit of context of the pandemic as I've seen it, globally, as it's related to Australia and the region, and of course, then a sign of something about what we can maybe expect next and do next. But at the centre of what I want to say is that COVID is a disease, and that it's really caused by two viruses. I mean, that's the thing that I think we all inherently know, but we don't explicitly hear it very often. Obviously, there's a real virus, the SARS-CoV-2 virus, as we call it. It's called SARS-CoV-2 because there was a previous version of this virus called SARS, which didn't become a global pandemic, but we got very worried about it. It was SARS coronavirus 2 as a second version of that. So there's a real virus. My background is actually as a virologist. That's what I trained as. There's no one expert in pandemics, that's for sure. And thanks very much, Jen, for your very kind and warm introduction. But I'm far from a pantropic expert, but I am a virologist. I studied and taught virology, and I still research viruses, and these days a lot more parasites, which are similar sort of infectious diseases. I work on malaria personally a lot. And I literally teach still a module on pandemics and of the inevitability of pandemics. We haven't had a respiratory one since 1918. Of the Spanish flu that devastated the world so much. We of course had HIV 40 years ago as a global pandemic, sexually transmitted, bloodborne transmitted virus. Of course, that's so changed the world. But I guess I start every lecture, every module I teach on pandemics with, it's inevitable this is going to happen. But like all of us, I was still taken by surprise when it did happen. So the first virus that causes COVID is actually this coronavirus. It's a type of virus that infects our cells and causes so much damage. The second virus is, of course, the virus of denial, of misinformation and denial. Denial about the virus itself, the seriousness of the virus, the way in which it's transmitted, the effectiveness of tools like masks to prevent it, or ventilated spaces, or of course, vaccines, as we'll talk about in a moment. And those two things, the real virus and the virus of denial, has combined to make this pandemic the worst disruption in the world since World War II of any cause. We're talking about official death toll of 5 million, more than likely a death toll of around 15 million at the moment, of course, because it's hard to count everyone who dies of COVID, but we can count excess deaths, and that's what's happened. Around 5 or 10 times that number of 15 million have been seriously sick people who will mostly have some lifelong debilitated effect as a result of their COVID infection. but they did recover. And then another maybe 10 or even 50 times that number. So up to, sort of 500 million plus people in the world will have some chronic effect of COVID, long COVID, as we call it. And we're not sure exactly what that looks like, but it's because COVID affects, or the virus that causes COVID affects more than just our respiratory tract. It affects other tissues and organs in the body. That's why you lose your sense of taste and smell quite often. But there are other things happening to your heart and to your kidneys and so on. So we're worried about the chronic effects of COVID. And of course, as a result of that unfolding, the world shut down to a large extent, the developed and developing world. We're talking about the tens of trillions of dollars, numbers I can't even imagine. And now 2 years in the making. And we are still talking about what's ahead at a global scale, going at around 600,000 cases of coronavirus, SARS-CoV-2 every day. So an enormous number of, sort of 500,000 or so cases a day. Now that's nearly as high as it has ever been. It's got up closer to 1 million, but about 800,000 a day. So we're still at this, we're still in the middle of a pandemic. And for the world, unfortunately, the bottom line is we've got at least another year to run in the developed world, and a much longer period relevant to this discussion in the developing world, which conversely is going to affect and lengthen it, of course, for the rest of the world in a way that I'll explain. So why did the second of these viruses, this virus of denial, and I'm not going to talk about why, what's caused this misinformation and so on, partly because I don't know. I think it would take a whole talk and a thesis and a discussion to even get close to the bottom of it. There's a range of factors, of course, but what was the circumstance that allowed it to cause so much damage? And the bottom line is that the actual virus and the diseases it causes wasn't quite bad enough. This is my view, my personal view. It's a Goldilocks virus. So it's a virus that is 10 times worse than influenza. I mean, literally 10 times worse than influenza in terms of its death rate and hospitalization and so on. So that's influenza is already a big problem. But it's nowhere near as lethal as, say, SARS was. SARS that arose sort of 15, 20 years ago killed the best part of 10% of people it infected. So, and MERS, another coronavirus, Middle Eastern respiratory syndrome that emerged after SARS, killed 30% of people. We've all heard of Ebola virus, also often kills a very large proportion of people. SARS-CoV-2 is terrible. COVID is terrible, but it's not as lethal as they are. So it's in this sweet spot of, to people like me, was obvious in January, February 2020 that this was going to shut down the world, but I did this for a living. But it was pretty easy to say, we don't want to shut down the world. We want our economies to keep functioning. It's just like a bad flu. You can see how these narratives got going in places like the United Kingdom and the US, places we look to in the world for leadership in this space. Two of the best equipped countries in the world to deal with pandemics said, no, it's not quite bad enough. And that Goldilocks nature of it allowed for this perfect storm to gather. And so here we are in a situation where we have years to run on a pandemic that might have very easily otherwise, not easily, but most likely have been shut down if the attitude had been right in January, February 2020, like it was for SARS and like it was for MERS, and largely have been eliminated. So that's a global perspective, not an Australian one or a regional one. just that's what we're really dealing with. Unfortunately, now we have this thing with us, and it's not over. We do, though, have solutions, the centerpiece of which is vaccines. We're really lucky to have vaccines. I had in my mind to use the phrase "the miracle of vaccines." Of course, it's not a miracle. It's not a divine intervention. Vaccines are a piece of science, and they're the most powerful public health intervention since clean water. Since our understanding that clean water to drink, washing your hands, and sanitation, the power of toilets effectively, since that knowledge transformed human health, the biggest impact has been vaccines and preventing diseases like smallpox and polio and diphtheria and tetanus and whooping cough and so on, and pneumococcal diseases, and big list of things that used to keep humans in really in very difficult terrain right throughout the world. Vaccines break the back of that, and they've been the major reason why in the last 40 years or so, life expectancy in every country in the world, including in PNG and the Solomons in the region, every country in the world has had life expectancy increase, and that's because vaccines have allowed children, usually under the age of 5, to survive much more frequently. So of course, life expectancy is longer, but at the same time, population growth has greatly decreased, because as women and families have more confidence that their kids are going to survive, they have less children, way less children. We call that the fertility rate. It's one of the biggest markers of development in the world. So vaccines are phenomenal. There's never a guarantee you'll develop a vaccine, but it happened. It worked for coronavirus, and it worked incredibly quickly for this SARS-CoV-2 virus. The reasons, again, along that it worked quickly, one of which is the vaccines, even though we didn't know this particular coronavirus, vaccines for coronaviruses were being developed for about 30 years. So once we had the information, the world had the information of this virus, it was very quick to slot that information into this well-advanced series of technologies. And then we had money as no option for clinical trials. The reason why it takes a long time to develop a vaccine is not the length of time for a clinical trial. It's the amount of money it costs to do a clinical trial and to do a phase 1, a phase 2, a phase 3, all these formal processes that you have to go through, and no corners were cut in the development of a coronavirus vaccine. It's just that money wasn't an option, wasn't a problem. So all of these trials could proceed very rapidly. And so amazingly, we had these safe, effective vaccines being used all around the world, particularly in the developed world, within a year of discovery of the virus. And honestly, I've never seen one developed inside 10 years before. So it's remarkable, that speed, but there are very good reasons for it that I've just mentioned. But that's not the only solution we have. We have fabulous diagnostics. It makes a big difference to know who's infected or where the virus is. Disease detective work is so important at being able to stop transmission. We know a lot about the sort of epidemiological knowledge, how this thing is transmitted. I mentioned waterborne diseases before that we've, largely rid ourselves off through hand washing and drinking clean water and so on. But this is a virus of the air. It's transmitted by the airborne route, like TB is. And it took a while for the world to catch on. In fact, the world's never fully caught on to that fact. But it is an airborne transmitted disease. And knowing that says, we now know how we can control it. Ventilation or if you can't ventilate your rooms that are filtered, make an enormous difference to the amount of COVID in a community. Masks work because it's an airborne transmitted disease. So vaccines are the centerpiece, but these other tools are also needed. They're needed everywhere. They can be incredibly effective. And we call that solution or that strategy vaccines plus. Vaccines are the most important, plus these other interventions that we all have to use, doesn't matter what country in the world you're in. You need a combination of those two. But kind of, as I've already alluded to, the biggest problem is certainly now and looking forward, as I'm meant to do here, is not the tools. It's the capacity to deliver those tools equitably and effectively. Two separate issues. And of course, the willingness of the community that they're being offered to. This is relevant in my own community in Melbourne and Victoria, as it is for the community I work with in East New Britain, for example, in PNG so closely, and in the Western Province. It's the willingness of the community to accept those tools, and for all parts of the community to accept those tools, to want them. This issue of hesitancy, which is a symptom of that second virus of denial, is phenomenal. It's way bigger than I could have imagined. And PNG is the most dramatic example of the impact of hesitancy to accept and want the tools that are on offer. And that's not a blame issue. There's good reasons for it. I'm definitely not blaming anyone for that. It's just a fact. And it's something that we need to overcome. But what the net result of this is, the world now in its coronavirus response is progressing at effectively two speeds. And those two speeds are remarkably divergent, way more than, as I say, I could have predicted. One speed for the developed world, and one for low and middle income countries. And so this has happened in the past. This has happened with HIV. This has happened with TB prior to HIV. It's happened over the last 200 years with malaria, where the responses have been at two speeds. And in the end, what's happened is those pandemics of the past, malaria, HIV, TB, have contracted to parts of the world that are poorer generally, and to a degree hidden there. At least from a perspective of the West. I'm often in Australia, of course, and give talks on malaria, and people say, I didn't know malaria was still significant. Well, I thought TB was gone. Isn't HIV, isn't Australia got one of the lowest rates of HIV in the world, which of course they do, not recognising that it's still such a major pathogen. So we've kind of shunted these pandemics of the past to regions of the world where they're not as seen, at least not as seen in the West. That's not very likely to happen. It is happening with COVID, but it's self-defeating for everybody. It's clearly both unethical and humanitarianly unacceptable for the developed world to suffer. But because of the nature of this virus, because of it's a respiratory pathogen that keeps changing, we're on our fourth variant with Delta. Just this morning, I'm reading about a new potential variant. This virus is kind of has to be ended as a problem for everybody before it's ended for anybody. And I know that's a kind of slogan we use a lot in the NGO world, but it's completely true. PNG, the Solomons, Timor-Leste, Indonesia, Pacific more widely, until they get this under control, its impact won't be over for Australia, for example. And this is, I know that sounds like ridiculously self-interest. It's just a truism. It's an argument that helps, I think, with our own Australian government support the region, although they have been really generous. They were quick out of the blocks, and they really have been generous. And I've missed the minister's talk, but I do want to thank the Australian government for being so quick to recognise that they needed to do a lot in the region. And while I'll still be out there publicly and privately arm twisting as best I can for them to do more, I'm pretty proud of what the Australian government has tried to do and has committed to do in the region. But the challenge is bigger than we thought it was going to be a year and a half ago. So we've got these two speeds. The degree of divergence, I think vaccines is one, is the best way to explain it. The developed world is reaching this magical 70% vaccination rate, where 70%, maybe to 80% of its eligible population, that's mostly above 12, kids above 12, people above 12 now. And their numbers are debatable, but they're numbers at which modelling suggests, you can manage and control elements of COVID. Those numbers have been reached or about to be reached in most developed countries in the world, and in many middle-income countries in the world too. But for low-income countries and some low and middle-income countries, that is realistically, at the rate they're being immunised at the moment, still a decade away to reach those cutoffs. Now, it's just completely unacceptable for the impact that's going to have on those countries, but also allowing this mutable, evolving virus to keep changing as it grows in places where there's low vaccines. It's a completely unacceptable circumstance. It's the most dramatic, but not the only example of this two-speed response, an inequity that shows global failure. And I work in this space. I've worked in this space for a long time, but I've been shocked by how our systems for supporting one another have failed with COVID, frankly. But I do think that that's just a fact for now. We have to live with it. We have to find a way to respond differently. COVID's not going away in a hurry. An essential part, I guess, of the solution to the two virus problem, the actual virus and this virus of denial, we're learning in Australia, but I think is well and truly understood in the PNG, the Pacific, and the region more generally, is that the response has to be community-led. It cannot be just top-down. We see that in Australia with, for example, the Premier in the state. He'll get up and he says, I'm offering tests to everybody, I'm offering them for free, but 9 out of 10 people are still not taking up the test. Said this in the middle of the second wave in 2020. Couldn't believe that was happening. And this is a good guy, guy's trying very hard for the state. And the reason is, of course, that the Premier standing up in a press conference saying, here's a test, I'm offering it to you for free, is not a message that was reaching, for example, my 23-year-old daughter or her friends, or more importantly, reaching people of the cold community in Victoria, or people who English was not their first language, or who had a distrust of authority, which is very common. And so, this quickly led the government to realise they needed to decentralise their responses. They needed it to be informed and led by community response. Now, of course, in PNG, for example, which I know best, we've known that for ages. We don't necessarily do it very well, but it is it is crucial, and it happens through NGOs, and especially local NGOs. And the smaller, the more niche, the more local, the better. That's the response to COVID, both the actual virus, how to deliver, how to encourage people to take up vaccines, to inform them about the tools that exist, why masks are important, etc., why support for staying home might be important if you're sick with COVID, and so on. And the response to the second virus, the one of misinformation and denial, obviously has to be niche. It has to speak the language, both literally and metaphorically, of the many different communities and people that make up our wider society. So, that's the challenge for us as small to medium NGOs in the region. It's a challenge for communities in the developed world as well. But for us as NGOs to be really well armed. It's so hard for us to be aware of exactly what the latest knowledge is. For example, I talked about airborne transmission and mitigating of airborne transmission. How many NGOs really know that? We do need to hand wash and so on, but ventilated spaces and mask wearing is even more important. So is that really well understood? We need to be well armed with methods to inform about the vaccine and its safety and the pathway we got there, and why this is, far better for those people, for their community, for their kids, for their parents, for their grandparents, than getting COVID. We need, that challenge has to be taken up at a community, at a grassroots level. It just simply cannot work by only being top-down. It does have to be top-down. It has to be both. And I think finally, I'll leave you with the opportunity for us as NGOs, but also as a global health community, is to use this emergency as a circuit breaker, to provide a new model, a new energy for health system strengthening and for community-led responses that impact on health more generally than just COVID. If COVID is seen as another thing to add to the list, maternal child health, HIV, TB, malaria, if it's seen as another thing to add to the list, I think we'll fail. We'll obviously fail for COVID because it won't be resourced properly. But we'll fail for these other things that are affected, that are a normal way of operating. There are normal concerns that make, that we've been desperately trying to support communities to respond, and they are obviously diluted. The impact that we have there is diluted by a focus on COVID. So that's what I mean by a circuit breaker or a new model, finding ways to, through COVID, more funding, change our approach, change our interaction, change our degree of interaction, of sharing, change our measurement to integrate responses so that, for example, we could say, well, we're going to do a COVID response, but we're going to impact and measure ourselves by how well we deliver malaria diagnostics, for example, or whatever it might be. We need to, I don't have the answers. I do know that we can't see COVID as an addition to the shopping list of issues. It needs to be this shock that provides us all with a new way, a new model to impact on health and development more generally. And I can assure you that the small to medium NGOs are not side players in this. Without them, it can't work. It's simply without the community and the community that they effectively represent and speak to and listen to, more importantly. Small to medium NGOs are brilliant at listening to communities. What works for them? What would work for them, which doesn't work for another community, but works for this community? Without small to medium NGOs, we don't have a solution. Unfortunately, there's a long road ahead. I can't sugarcoat that. There's a long road for the whole world with COVID. the two-virus nature of the disease, the Goldilocks nature of the disease has meant that we're in that circumstance. We have, though, the tools, and we now, I think, know that delivering those tools, getting uptake of those tools is just as important as the tools themselves. And we have to get behind, join forces with each other, with governments, to tackle the non-tool side of it, if we're going to defeat this. So look, thanks very much. I'm sorry if I went a bit over time. Very happy to take any question whatsoever. I hope that sets the scene a bit. Thanks, Jen.
Oh, it really does. Thank you so much, Brendan, for your insights. Terrifying at times, but really, really valuable. And you mentioned that this virus of denial is way bigger than you could have ever imagined, and I feel exactly the same with the frontline work that we're doing in PNG. We've got just a couple of minutes to see if we've got some questions, and there's one from Kate, who asks, are there any lessons that we can take from other Pacific nations like Fiji and the success that they've had there with vaccine uptake, about how to address vaccine hesitancy? We often call it vaccine fear that we see in our communities in PNG.
Very different circumstance, but the one thing, and I've talked about community responses being so important, but the leadership in Fiji, and I don't just mean political leadership, and I know and like the PNG leadership, so if there's PNG leaders involved, please don't take this personally, but just as a general rule, whether you're political leader, you're a business leader, you're a sports leader, the two responses have been completely different. Very patchy in PNG, mostly, on the side of not necessarily outright denial, but at the leadership level, look, we've got other priorities. The first wave was okay. Some misguided things about us, a sort of strong Melanesian response, all of this stuff. But there was a real failure of leadership. Formal leadership and informal leadership. And Fiji, you don't see that. It hits you in the face when you're there. They, right from the sort of prime minister through to that wider society, especially business, is incredibly strong, community leaders. So I think that is one difference. Frankly, I think the health system's a bit stronger as well. So those things combined. They're not out of the woods. I think the last time I looked, it's about 30% vaccinated. Now that's 10 times higher than PNG. But given Fiji had one of the worst Delta outbreaks per person in the world, I'm not surprised they got a reasonable number. So it's not completely chalk and cheese, but boy, PNG's leadership, unfortunately, and I'm a part of that, we all failed.
Thanks, Brendan. And then we've got a couple of other questions around the role of education. I know we at KTF, we've been trying education alongside awareness, alongside prevention, alongside incentives. We can't go as far as mandating whilst there is no leadership backing that. What else is there to try, or is this just about staying the course?
No, I don't think it's about staying the course, but the truth of the matter is I don't know. No one knows. And so when you don't know, you need to do research. And the most undervalued, and research is a scary word, right? But it's not scary when we need new tools. If we say you need a new drug or a vaccine or a new diagnostic, everyone in this call would say, well, you need research. But if you say we need to understand what would make intervention X be taken up in community Y, that to me is a science too. It's a science, it's a social science, social and behavioural science. It's almost totally neglected. Now, we as small NGOs, and especially working with governments and research agencies, and Burnett is a research agency as well as an NGO, I guess know that to a degree. So it's about asking your community, but in a rigorous enough way that is a science in itself. So we learn from that happening in one place, getting reported, and then saying, there's a barrier to that we've resolved, to people wearing a mask or to getting vaccinated. So I think it's social and behavioural science, as scary as that sounds and as abstract as that is. We've got to learn. We don't know the answers. We need to accept we don't know the answers, which is the premise of your question, and I can't give you one. I know what I think works in my own community in Melbourne a bit, and we've been tackling that. We've been doing some work around that. I come from an HIV background, or my institute comes from an HIV background. And so everyone on this, a lot of people on this call will have lived that experience too. The solutions to HIV were just the same. They were social science solutions, dealing with marginalized, invisible, often illegal, illegal people. All of those things had to be fixed, and it was a social and behavioural and legal science response that fixed it. We need it for COVID too.
Fabulous. Thank you so much, Brendan. A lot of food for thought. And I know we're going to go away and have some conversations around using that social science framework to have that more rigorous research and engagement with our community. So thank you so much for your time this morning. Please watch out in your inbox. There's a small token of our appreciation coming your way. Really grateful for you speaking to us this morning.
No, thanks so much. Quite an honour, actually, and in awe of the foundation. Of course, all my NGO colleagues. I have so many friends involved, though, in the Cove Track Foundation, and so if any of those are listening, hi to you all. And if there's anything ever I can do, very happy to do it.
Thanks, Brendan. Wonderful. We're going to have a 2-minute break to top up those kettles. And just check any urgent emails, and then we will be back together with Dallas from the University of Queensland and our first panel for the day. See you soon. Well, welcome back, everyone, and I'm super excited to welcome our first panel this morning, which is going to focus on monitoring and evaluation, impact and storytelling. And if you are familiar with the program, you will know that we've brought together today 3 small to medium-sized NGOs to present a real-life case study around a topic that was identified by the Pawa Liklik community as being important to you. We've then gone and assembled a panel for each topic to discuss and provide their insight and advice on the case study, and we'll then open up for Q&A. So each panel is going to be moderated by one of our partners, and it gives me great pleasure to introduce you to our first moderator, Dallas Dowsett, who is the Head of International Development at the University of Queensland. If you've got any questions or comments during our panels, please use the chat function or the Q&A so that our moderators can engage with you there. Over to you, Dallas, to introduce your panel and take it from here.
Thanks, Jen, and great to be here. Good morning from the University of Queensland. I'd firstly like to start with my acknowledgement of the traditional owners and their custodianship of the many lands on which we are connecting from today. And I certainly pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging, and also recognise their contributions to global society. As Jen said, my name's Dallas Dowsett and I'm the Head of UQ International Development, UQ being the University of Queensland. It's my great pleasure to join the Pawa Liklik conference again this year, and an honour to be introducing and moderating the next panel session entitled Monitoring and Evaluation, Storytelling and Impact. The title itself covers a broad gamut of work in the development space, and as one of the top 50 universities in the world, UQ's made a commitment to delivering its expertise to achieve positive global development impact. We have created and commenced implementing a new global development plan, and this plan will really bring together all of the university's expertise and apply it to development challenges across the Indo-Pacific region and beyond. Our involvement in the Pawa Liklik conference underpins the university's genuine interest and commitment to successful and truly engaged development work. So much of the work we do in the development space is challenging, huge and impactful. It is incumbent on all of us to tell our stories, gather the evidence, and report on these elements, precisely the focus of our case study and the panel discussion today. It's now a great pleasure to introduce the outstanding presenter and panel members to you. Please welcome Jonica J, Communications and Fundraising Officer from Family PNG, who's going to share the case study on which we'll have our discussion. Georgina Camp, Founder and CEO of Huber Social. Jackie Hanafi, Founder and Principal Consultant of Humankind Advisory. And Mere Nahilati Kahua, Communications, Research and Public Diplomacy Consultant based in Fiji, but working across many, many different countries. It's now a pleasure to hand over to Jonica to present the case study for Family PNG. Thanks, Jonica.
Hello, thank you, Dallas. Thank you for the introduction. So, as mentioned, I'm Jonica J, the Communications and Fundraising Officer. So I'll just present on what we do. Family PNG operates case management centers in Lae, Port Moresby, and Goroka, assisting survivors of family and sexual violence. So we have been operating since 2014 and have assisted over 4,200 survivors of violence to access services. So we also run trainings and awareness on family and sexual violence to service providers, officials, communities, and the general public. We tell our story through our website, Facebook, Twitter, printed newsletter, Family Talk, and e-newsletter. We also report regularly to funders, the Australian government, UN Women, and UNDP, and other project donors. Our work is linked to Sustainable Development Goal number 5, gender equality. In particular, Target 5.2, which pledges to eliminate all forms of violence against all women and girls in the public and private spheres. This is a big goal, especially in PNG, where rates of violence against women are very high, with an estimated 70% of women experiencing some form of violence in their lifetime. So Family PNG works towards this by assisting individual survivors of violence to seek the services they need. We coordinate closely with service providers such as the police, the courts, welfare, and so forth, to achieve outcomes for survivors and assist in strengthening the referral pathway. So Family PNG has systems in place to collect and keep client data, so we can easily tell our stories in terms of numbers of new and reopen cases, consultations conducted, source of referrals, outcomes achieved, nights spent in safe accommodation, protection orders granted, and so on. We also collect a lot of information about our training and outreach, including attendee data and participation reflections. We share our client stories with their consent to help our audience understand the case management process, which many are still unfamiliar with. Our other objectives in sharing client stories include inspiring victims of violence to seek help, to promote the hard work and commitment of our partner service providers, and of course, encourage ongoing support from donors. Family PNG faces challenges in communicating our impact. These include resources. As a small NGO, we have limited staff resources to communicate our work to the public. How can we do this better with low resource environment? Impact, we are funded under programs to end violence against women and girls, yet it is difficult to report on the long-term impact of Family PNG's work. We can report easily on outcomes for individual survivors or people who have had their awareness raised through training and outreach. But how to link this to broader impact on gender violence in PNG? Next point is sensitivities. When publicly communicating our work, we are mindful of protecting our survivors first and foremost. We work with family PNG caseworkers to collect survivor stories, but there are a number of considerations. So these include well-being. Survivors need to be approached at the right time to share their story. Sharing their story when they are not ready can lead to survivors reliving their trauma. Informed consent. We need to make sure that the survivor understands what sharing their story will mean and how it will be used. Security. PNG is small, tightly connected place, so care needs to be taken to de-identify the survivor stories. Small details such as divulging a background, location, or a profession could lead to a survivor being identified. So as much as we are trying to de-identify a survivor, we also want to tell their story and capture as much details as possible because each case is unique. How can we protect the identity of survivors and tell their story in the best way possible? So does the panel have any advice on how we might more effectively collect and tell survivor stories, noting the above constraints? Thank you.
Jonica, thank you so much. And I know there's a comment in the comments box of how very proud of the work that you do people are. And I think that's resounding across the board. It's amazing work and incredibly challenging, and for all of those reasons you outlined. Can I go to Georgie first and just ask maybe if you share a little bit about the work that you do and how you might have come up with some solutions or suggestions that might apply to some of those challenges that Jonica has outlined in the case study.
Thank you, Dallas, and thanks, Jonica. Incredible work and a very interesting and unique, well, not unique, but difficult set of challenges you face there. And I really do appreciate a lot of the complexity that you face. So Huber Social, firstly, we recognise that the overall measure of social impact is the well-being of people, and then there's unique outcomes to contribute to that. And we have a standardised scientific measurement process that we apply consistently across projects. And we've done work, we've currently got projects over 10 different countries. So that gives you a bit of an idea about what we do. And I think what's unique about the way that we measure social impact is often we start with, or often organisations start with, what is the impact that we're having? Let's measure that. But instead, Huber's approach in terms of going, okay, let's start with people and what they need. So what's the well-being of people and what are their needs? And then let's test how effectively we are at meeting those needs. So I think that leads me to think through some of the challenges that you're having. So if we start with perhaps that question of how do we, if we're reporting against things like the SDGs, how do we link that to what's happening right down on the ground at a program level? Because whilst the SDG goals are really happening at a country level, and they're important that we all show our contribution to that, but it's not so helpful to understand at a program level how effectively we're achieving the program outcomes. So I think there's kind of two parts to that, is going, let's take a systemic view looking at the needs of people. So whilst there's a gender focus, we all recognise that to be able to achieve those sustainable outcomes, we need to take a much more holistic view. So that's not only what are the needs of the individuals, but what's happening in the community. So what are attitudes that needs to change? What are systems that needs to change, etc. And I think also that might help with the challenge of how to connect it, in that I think what we would first do is map the ecosystem or the systemic view of the issue and show where your part in that puzzle is. So, and then that really helps drive funding, because people often just want to fund at the crisis end and not necessarily perhaps helping survivors after, or even in the preventative stages. So to be able to show that whole ecosystem and where you fit in. So anyway, I could keep going, but I will certainly pass on, and thank you.
Thanks. Thank you, Georgie. I'm sure we could fill up the whole conference talking about these issues and challenges, and it'll be, Jen will jump in, I'm sure, if we get off track. Can I go to Jackie now? Really keen to hear about your work, Jackie, and maybe how you've come up with some success plans or solutions that apply to the very things that Jonica and her team face.
Yes, thank you so much, Dallas, and thank you, just echoing Georgie, thank you, Jonica, for sharing that case study, and really appreciate the wonderful, amazing, and challenging work that you are doing there. So I guess I'm a storytelling, strategic communications, and advocacy consultant. I set up Humankind about a year ago now, but I've been working in the humanitarian and development space for about 15 years, helping organizations from grassroots level all the way up to kind of global NGOs, helping them tell their stories and advocate for change. So that's sort of where my expertise are in the storytelling realm of things. And I think the space that you're working in, and as a small NGO, obviously, your challenges aren't unique. These kind of resourcing and sensitivity challenges are obviously widespread throughout the sector, purely just based on the work that you're doing. And so, I think just working with a number of organizations and helping them through some of these issues, I want to touch on a couple of them. The first one is the resourcing issue that you have, and how you can sort of tell stories with limited resources. And the second one is around the sensitivities and images and imagery that you're trying to use, I suppose. I would say with resourcing, it's really important not to try and reinvent the wheel when you're looking at your storytelling and your communications and your outputs. And if possible, and maybe you're already doing this, but develop some templates that you can use that make the process streamlined and quick, so you know what stories, what elements of a story you need to gather when you're out talking to people or in the field. And if you can kind of stick to that template, and use that as a basis, that will streamline and make things quicker, I suppose. So you're not sort of trying to pull on different people and resources if you have that agreed template. And the other thing, I think, is what I like to call zero waste storytelling, and meaning that, one story, as you probably already know, can be a multi-purpose story. So rather than looking at stories in terms of, okay, this is going to be for the website or this is going to be for social, if we can pull and extract many different things from one story that can be repurposed across websites, retold in a different way for social, quotes pulled out for Twitter, imagery, and then retelling the story in a slightly different way for donors, as opposed to for a fundraising, etc. So if we can sort of extract as many different parts of one story and have a zero waste approach, it means that you'll be sort of collecting enough content for many different channels and audiences. And that's one way that you can sort of address the resourcing issue, because you can get many stories out of one story, essentially. And just on the sensitivities, which is obviously a big part of the work that you do, and very challenging, actually, more challenging than many other sort of, parts of the sector, I would say. Obviously, welfare of survivors is paramount. But what I would say is, and you mentioned, Jonica, that you want to sort of tell as many details as possible to get the story across. What I would say about that is, I think you can tell a really great story without necessarily including those particular details, things like someone's profession or their location or their family makeup. I think you can kind of get away with telling stories without those details, because what makes a great story is the emotion and making people feel something or be compelled to act. And I think you can do that without sort of these nitty-gritty details. But if you can extract quotes about how that particular survivor or person was feeling at the time, you know, and get them to paint a colourful picture about what they were feeling, that doesn't identify them at all in terms, you know, as opposed to some of these little details. So I would say that you can tell a wonderful story, a great story, without those details, but maybe try to extract more emotion, more kind of that type of detail to bring colour to the story. And I'll stop there.
Thanks, Jackie. Really insightful views around some of the different approaches. Mira, can I ask you to join in the conversation? And given that you've worked across, you know, a number of different countries as well, and particularly in the Pacific domain, what are some of the things that you've seen that have worked really well, and so success from various lenses, and how that might help Jonica and her team with some of those challenges?
Thank you, Dallas and Jonica, and just wanted to reaffirm the importance of the work of Family PNG, and can agree with many of the points that fellow contributors have made. You know, firstly, you know, in terms of communication, my background is in public diplomacy and strategic communications, working in Fiji and Pacific countries, and something that's a constant source of reflection and personal advocacy point for me is it's easy to assume that storytelling is about the telling, but it starts with the listening. And you know, no single story will meet every impact need, just as Jackie had mentioned. So deciding on a story's purpose, who it is prioritizing in any given instance is important. I've had discussions with former donor colleagues, for example, to reach a shared understanding that we may not prefer the perspective in which a story is told, but we are not the primary audience in this instance. There will be, of course, times when we are, but not in all instances. And that's important to understand, so we don't end up with stories that are perhaps high in visibility value, but low in impact value. And it's wonderful to note that Family PNG places emphasis on quantitative documentation of its work, and that's so key. And a practical solution I have found helpful is in particular what Jackie mentioned, is to arrive at a set of agreed story approaches that meet the reporting and public needs based on listening, and then holding one another accountable to that agreement. That's a hard line to hold, but certainly worth doing for the sake of the work and who we're here for. Secondly, is I can relate to the challenge of representative imagery that doesn't reinforce harmful norms, and really appreciate the care that Family PNG takes in this area. Once in my former life working for a donor, I visited a primary school where children were in makeshift classrooms after surviving one of the most intense cyclone to ever hit Fiji. And their teacher told me that whenever it rained or if the sky darkened, the children would become paralyzed with fear and memories of the cyclone. They refused to go home without an adult. And what she chose to do was to give them time every morning to draw about anything, about how they were feeling, what they did the day before. And a boy showed me a sunny, cheerful picture of himself outside with his family, full of bright colors. Then he unfolded a section of the drawing to show a dark, stormy sky and the words, "Help me." And while I wouldn't have taken an image of the young boy for child protection reasons, amongst many other concerns, that image, that powerful image, is what stayed with me all these years, and it resonated as well with people who were concerned and wanted to share their support. So I wonder if engaging with PNG's rich tapestry of art and artists might help in developing images that can represent the burden and impact of domestic and sexual violence. Perhaps engaging mindfully with artists or designers with advice from local stakeholders can support stories with culturally relevant images without placing anyone in harm's way. And then thirdly, fair enough, the SDG relating to eliminating violence against women is a big one. It's a big problem. Fiji certainly shares that burden of violence against women and girls. And I would also argue that a big goal and a big problem needs a big story base. So how can survivor stories be supported with valuable reflections from P&G staff, interns, or partner service providers? Again, as mentioned, not reinventing the wheel, using existing processes. Can family P&G tell the story and humanize what case management means for the men, women, and communities who are part of this important work? So I note that family P&G already documents training reflections, and that's fantastic. And this might be combined with apps like Folktale, for example, that through the simple use of a phone can help generate user-generated content. And then just finally, I take your point about the challenge of painting a picture of contributing to larger scale systemic change. And that's what we're all here for in our respective areas of work. And experiences that have been the most fulfilling for me are when the stories offer an opportunity to reflect, to pause, to reaffirm values, to be honest about limitations. So it's a restorative process for the people involved in the storytelling. Change making is hard. I can only imagine the challenges family P&G is faced with. Change making is thankless work, and people can easily lose track of their learning, including failures. So I would close by encouraging family P&G to make the most of its existing reflection processes. Maybe invite new storytellers into the fold who can speak to the history or a broader perspective on family and sexual violence in P&G, and to create that space for an honest interrogation of what has changed and what remains to be addressed. That's all from me for now. And thank you for the opportunity to learn and share together.
Mary, thank you. And, I know we talk a lot about partnerships, but it's really about how do we dig into those partnerships and, I guess, galvanise them to draw on the different things and really grow our resource base through those partnerships. And I'm going to be talking later on in the day at the conference around, partnering with the university and how we might harness those resources as well. And the university is committed to supporting the work of great local agencies and organisations. So we look forward to seeing how that can come together. There is a question in the questions box, and I might throw that to the panel now and then close off with a couple of other questions if we have time. Is there a way to move forward from or move away from donor-driven quantitative M&E? And would the panel be able to answer what M&E should look like in a localisation era? Jump in, people. I don't mind who takes the question and who answers first. We'll run through all of the panel for a chance to speak to that question.
I'm happy to give it a go. So I think once you have these really wonderful, powerful stories and you have that qualitative aspect, I think we do have to, the funding is coming from, I guess, business-minded people, and so they make decisions based on numbers. And that doesn't mean that you have to just keep using the output data, like how many nights in a shelter or anything like that. What I could offer and how we would do that, and taking that localized approach, is to start with a bit of a co-design approach with the people on the ground to be able to say, okay, certainly what is the impact that we're seeing? Let's definitely measure that. But then beyond that, what are the needs of the people that we're working with here and that community? And I would take that information and actually create some simple surveys. And then that is actually quite a cost-effective way to collect data at scale. So you're not having to collect a huge bank of stories, although that certainly serves its purpose. You can then amplify one story by able to say, once you've collected the survey data against that, say something like 80% of the survivors that we help have those same experiences. So you use that one story, but then amplify it with the quantitative data that comes from the surveys to be able to show that's not just a one-off case, that's an experience that we're seeing time and time again. So I think that's the other side to this part, and that's where we tend to work, is when the quantitative data, but you need both. You need that powerful storytelling, and then you need the quantitative data to really amplify that and also drive that decision-making and give people confidence of where to fund things. But yeah, I think key to that, I think for that solutions to be sustainable and for that data to reflect what's really happening on the ground, is the building of that scope, deciding what you're going to measure and how you're going to ask those questions should be done with the people as close to the impact as possible and localised, so that it's culturally and linguistically accurate as well.
Mireille, would you like to jump in next?
Of course, thanks, Dallas and Georgina. I couldn't agree more. And I think, in avoiding donor-driven reporting or story situations, you can acknowledge that people do respond to numbers, to responses. And what you can do from a storytelling perspective is to feed back the analytics of the responses from the very populations that you're trying to reach. So that while you can communicate that this is what you're interested in getting across as a donor, this is what is resonating most strongly with the populations that you're wanting to reach. And not just strongly, but with the exact demographics that you're trying to reach. And I think, as Georgina described it, it's about that internal advocacy and having that discussion right from the very beginning on an agreement on what it is that you want to measure, but also what it is that you that the population wants to achieve and wants to see achieved.
Jack.
Sure, and I agree with both Georgina and Mary. Wait, definitely. The one point that I would make in terms of reporting, and I'm not an M&E expert by any means, obviously I'm here in terms of the storytelling, but one thing I will say around the storytelling and the data, and I wanted to mention it before, as Jonica mentioned in her case study, Family really is very good at documenting all of the data, all of the numbers, and really, you have a great picture of the work that you're doing and the impact you're making. But what I would say around the storytelling and why it's so important is that people really remember stories. Actually, a couple of weeks ago, I was delivering a training on storytelling, and I came across this study, a Stanford University study, which found that in an average 1-minute speech by students at the university, every student would use on average 2.5 statistics in their speech, but only 1 in 10 students told a story as part of their presentation. And when students were then asked to recall the speeches of their peers, only a very small number remembered any of the statistics at all, but 63% remembered a story that had been told. And I think that's really pertinent, that while data is so important, having the stories, that's what people remember. That's how you can actually create change. That's how you can advocate, really. And when you're advocating to people who are time poor, who come across, hundreds of reports across their desk a day, if you can tell a story that stands out to them and really speak to them through that story, that's how you can kind of support the data.
Thanks, Jackie. That's terrific. Can people hear me? Because it's giving me mixed messages here. It's telling me in one screen I'm muted and then in the other it's not, so apologies. Fiona, I just wondered if you'd like to jump in with a couple of comments, given your close work with Jonica and the fact that you've been able to hear all of the different viewpoints coming across in the conversation.
Yeah, thank you, Dallas. Just for background, I work as the development manager of Family PNG based in Canberra, and I work very closely with Jonica on the communications and also with our management team on M&E. So this has been really, really interesting, and it's been great because I've we've taken such great things from both Georgina, Jackie and Mary in terms of lots of really great tips as well, which I won't go into now. But just in terms of the monitoring and evaluation and the storytelling, we have actually been on a bit of a journey with client satisfaction surveying. And this goes to the question that was asked before, in that sort of, for us, the most important thing is the quality of service that we're offering to survivors. And so we started client satisfaction surveying in about 2016. But we've kind of been on a bit of a journey with it, in that we sort of, originally it was just a couple of questions and people would ring the clients, caseworkers would ring clients and ask those questions. So generally it was clients that had had their outcomes achieved that they'd set out to achieve. And so it was, 100% satisfaction approval, which we know is not realistic at all. So we've been trying to work through that as well. But part of the problem that we have with that is that a lot of clients get lost to us, which means that, clients might come for one consultation, but they're not be in a situation to act. And so they might go away again and they get what's called lost to contact for us. So of course we can't follow up to get any sort of client satisfaction. And so it is tricky, but we have actually evolved to a point now where we're randomly generating client numbers for contact. And so we're hopeful that we'll get much more of a better picture of the quality of services. And I think that's a really good thing, to be able to show donors as well. Moving away from quantitative and more towards, this is what we value. We value this quality of service, and making those points. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Fiona. Nice to have you included in the conversation. I'm going to jump in with another question and just open it to all of the people who are on the screen at the moment, and that is a question around social media. You can tell by the colour of my hair and the numerous lines that I'm probably not the most au fait person on all of the social media channels that are being used, but I'm certainly hearing from my younger team members, the importance of it, and they're so passionate about wanting to tell the stories from the work that we do on every possible channel that exists across the world. And I'm really keen to hear from panellists, how do you take the very best that can offer? So that whole social media space is fantastic at getting across to multiple populations, multiple groups. But how do you manage the very bad parts of it that we hear almost every day coming out? And then also, how do you avoid the exclusion that happens because not everybody has access to all of the tools at our disposal in a more developed nation or more developed community? Very keen to hear people's opinions.
Oh, thanks, Dallas. I think you're right with social media. You can go anywhere and everywhere. And it's been lovely to see the range of family PNG social media channels. And I've always been a fan of go with what works and what's relevant in a country context. For the Pacific, of course, Facebook is always going to be huge, but platforms aside, it also differs in regions and countries who is trusted, who is influential in social media platforms. You'll see global research saying that more and more people respond to influencers who are like them, who they relate to. That's why peer reviews and ratings of restaurants or businesses are popular, because people want to hear about the responses to services from people they relate to and can trust. I would also say that sometimes things that work globally are quite the reverse in the Pacific. In social media, for example, for Facebook, they'll tell you, don't go any more than a paragraph, keep things light. But in the Pacific, I found that people engage quite strongly with long and lengthy social media posts. or even mainstream media outlets might print them word for word and amplify your reach even further to those without social media access. So there can be surprising surprises there in terms of what works and what doesn't in the Pacific. I certainly agree there's a dark underbelly to the use of social media, and I've found that having in place an agreed decision tree on is the content positive or negative, is it constructive or unconstructive, and then going down that decision tree about how we would respond to the content, whether a comment is removed or we take the discussion offline and message the individual involved and see if we can address their queries. Having a decision tree like that and individuals assigned to support it. I can relate, Jonica and Fiona, that it's one thing to have protocols in place, but who to undertake them is another. And to have people assigned clear roles in that decision tree can be helpful to alleviate some of the social media dangers.
Jackie, would you like to jump in?
Sure, I would agree with everything that you said, Mary. I think the danger with social media, and particularly in an environment where you have limited resources, is that you can't be everywhere. And so for anyone, it's really important to understand who your stakeholders are and who your audiences are, and meet them where they are. I think Family is doing a really good job on social. Actually, I had a look, and obviously Facebook is one where everyone is. I do a lot of work with some countries in Africa, and it's the same thing that you mentioned, Mary. Facebook is where everyone is, so you kind of have to be on there. And of course, for policy making and advocacy, Twitter is the way to go. So I think it's really important to understand who you're trying to communicate with before you select the channels. I have clients that come to me sometimes and say, we want to be on TikTok, and the question is, but okay, why? Because everyone's on TikTok. Not necessarily, I'm not on TikTok. So I think it's really important to actually understand your audiences and meet them where they are. That's obviously the most important thing. I do a lot of work communicating with communities, and of course they are definitely on Facebook, particularly in the global South. That's how they communicate. And so I would say, first up, really assess who you're talking to, and select the channels that match. And I agree with you, Mary, that a decision tree or some kind of plan of how you're going to respond to things that pop up. And of course that they will. It's the nature of social media. It's not a broadcast channel, it's an engagement channel. So the expectation is that people are going to engage with you, and of course there are people who are going to write negative comments or inappropriate things or whatever it is. So it is really important to have an agreed decision tree that's followed at all times, and also so that you can act quite quickly. It is important to sort of have someone monitoring it all the time, so that some offensive comments or whatever it is not left for days on end. And conversations can blow up quite quickly on social media. It's a 24-hour channel, isn't it? So
thanks, Jackie. And Georgie, do you have a quick closing comment on that, and then I'm going to do a wrap up because I think we're out of time.
Certainly, social media is definitely not my forte, so I was listening intently. we work with data, but we do use those platforms to create that emotional connection and really speak to our community. So that's where we are very clear on what are the audiences there, and you'll see that what we put out through the different channels are quite different. So that's what I would say. I would just quickly like to respond to Fiona, because I didn't quite get the chance in terms of the surveys and the monitoring and assessment. And I think there is an opportunity perhaps instead to think about using that point where people come into the centre, however that looks, is to conduct it somewhat like a needs assessment, and then over time you might see trends of where people fall or why you're losing them as well. So yeah, I would just offer that as well, because I hear those challenges. I didn't want that to get lost. But no, thank you again. Thanks for including me. It's been brilliant, and I've learned a lot just listening. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Georgie. I've learned lots too. Just my great thanks to Jonica and to Fiona for sharing the great work that they do. You know, challenges in every single aspect of it, but you know, your honest appraisal, your openness to share what the challenges are have really helped us have a really rich and rewarding conversation. In closing, I would just like to say there is one question left on the question and answer box, but are you all happy if we email that around to you and get some responses and then share it back with Julia? So I think that's a way to handle that one. Thank you everybody for being involved. I've thoroughly enjoyed moderating, listening and learning, which is fabulous. It is the storytelling that resonates with me. I know when I'm working in this space, I wasn't from a development background. I come from a higher ed and legal background. So for me, my learning was around how much storytelling resonates. And I do count my successes every day by the goosebump moments that I have. And so thank you for creating some more goosebump moments today. It's just been really rewarding to listen to. And thank you so much again for sharing and joining the panel.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dallas, and the panel. There's been a lot of head nodding and aha moments here in the Mary, I particularly loved your line, storytelling doesn't start with the telling, it starts with the listening. There's just, you know, so much wisdom in that. Jonica and Fiona, thank you so much for so openly sharing your story and your wonderful work and your case study. Dallas, thank you for expertly moderating. And Georgie, Jackie and Mary, thank you so much for being our panellists today. Please check out your inboxes. There's a little token of appreciation coming your way. We are going to have a 60-second break just whilst we upload our second panel for this morning. Please don't go anywhere. Okay, welcome back. Hi, everyone. We're going to move straight into our next panel, which I'm really excited about. It's something that we've certainly been talking about internally at KTF and with our peers for a number of years now. And we're really looking forward to diving in today. And of course, we're going to be focusing on organisational transformation and shared services. And I'm absolutely delighted to welcome our moderator, Mark Purcell, who is the CEO of the Australian Council for International Development, one of our partners for the forum. ACFID is the peak body for around 140 Australian organisations working in international development and operates a code of conduct for Australian development NGOs. Mark has headed ACFID since 2009 after holding previous roles with Oxfam, Australian Volunteers International and UNHCR. So thank you so much, Mark, and I'll hand straight over to you.
Thanks very much, Genevieve, and good morning, colleagues, wherever you are. I'm speaking from the land of the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people here in Canberra, and I'd like to acknowledge the traditional owners, past and present. And today, to explore this really interesting and rich topic of organisational transformation and shared services, we've got a stellar panel. We've got Mimi Zelliker, CEO of Australian Doctors International, Amanda Robbins, founder and director of Equity Economics, Rebecca McDonald, CEO and founder of Library for All, and Tim Budge, principal and director of Tribal Strategies. And we're going to go through a range of different perspectives, have a conversation, but also in the latter part of the discussion, we're going to open it up to chat and questions along the way so that you can interact with the panellists. So to get us going, Mimi, you operate a smaller NGO up in Papua New Guinea. What challenges have you been facing and why have you been contemplating change? What are those changes? What are you going to do differently?
So I operate a very small NGO. I came on board as the CEO in March this year. And really, I've got a history of kind of living and working in Papua New Guinea as well. Some of the challenges that we face, we have ANCP accreditation, as do a lot of other NGOs. But as a small NGO, if you look at the comparison of the cost that compliance costs you for ANCP compared to the amount that you receive as a new NGO on that accreditation pathway, compliance is very costly for us. And also the costs of doing business in Papua New Guinea are quite high when compared to a lot of other low-income countries, particularly when you look at the costs of practical things in Port Moresby, office rent, cars, things like that. So really, my approach to this is very much from a practical point of view, just in terms of reducing costs, but also in terms of the opportunities for collaboration, shared learning, coordination on certain programs. So those are some of the challenges, we've sort of been facing. And what we're doing about it, again, is very practical. We're working with KTF on putting up some shared resources, possibilities of shared office space in Port Moresby, some shared staffing around, project officers that can work on reaccreditation and looking at project documentation, potentially some shared staff in Port Moresby in sort of admin and operations-y kind of areas. So yeah, that's what we've been doing.
And how far down the path of this, exploring collaboration are you?
It's very early days in terms of working with KTF. We've drafted a first job description for a project officer, and we've been looking at some office space. But actually, in some of my previous roles, I actually worked in Thailand after the Asian tsunami in 2005. And the program I was working on was entirely focused on bringing NGOs together to coordinate and collaborate.
Okay, well, let's bring Amanda Robbins in. Amanda, you've done research for a group of NGOs around this collaboration in shared services. What did you find?
Thanks, Mark. So, at Equity Economics, we've done a research paper, which we're happy to share with everyone, that really tried to delve into this question of what is the potential cost savings and the cost benefits of a shared services model. And it's really interesting. We're really glad to share it with lots of the NGOs that are present today, because what we actually found when we looked at 4 types of scenarios around shared services, from the most obvious around co-location, which it turns out about 40% of the respondents we spoke to had tried some form of co-location, whether in country or in their funding donor country, all the way up to far more complex kind of shared services, where it might be a common human resource management process, a common infrastructure around financial management, to even going further to looking at common shared services around monitoring, evaluation and learning, and child protection and safeguarding. And the reason we looked at this kind of range of shared services was we could see that the huge cost pressures that the sector were facing were very much in this accessing MEL resources. Child protection costs were just booming. And for a small NGO, we could see it was just outweighing their capacity to fund those components, which were part of their contractual requirements. So when we looked at, what is some shared services model, there's lots of numbers, there's lots of details, but suffice to say, there's a lot of savings and scale and efficiencies to be achieved through shared services model. For instance, even just co-locating, for every $1 you spend through a co-located model versus office space yourself, you'll save about $1.25. That doesn't sound like a lot, but when we start to look at the whole sector and we start to look at more costly exercises, such as child protection, and trying to have, for instance, a hub around child protection that can manage it for a range of smaller NGOs, we're finding that the return on investment was about 5 times the initial investment if you do it in a collaborative way. So I should be clear, that doesn't mean it's easy to do. And we did get a lot of feedback on how hard, and I know some of the panelists have experiences of it, so it'll be great to hear their experiences. But the feedback we really got and the hesitancy around taking some of these advantages, the clear barriers, one is that lots of NGOs just don't know who to ask, who to share with. So there's an information gap that was clearly identified about who do they approach. So we think that there is actually a role to play for some sort of broker to help people to know where to go. Another one is the loss of identity of your own NGO and the loss of culture that comes with shared services. So I think we need to also, and it might come up today, there's models of shared services that aren't merger and acquisition. And I think we all get very nervous. In fact, the hesitancy we got from the survey was largely around the risk of losing your identity, your trusted local partnerships. And so I think we need to be clear that there's a spectrum of shared services. It doesn't have to mean merger and acquisition. And in fact, our report really confirms there's a real role for small NGOs. We can just find better ways to help them achieve some cost efficiencies. So I'll stop there, but happy to keep discussing, Mark.
Thanks, Amanda. Well, let's maybe just hear from Rebecca and Tim. But Rebecca McDonald, you in a way, you've gone the whole hog with Libraries for All. You actually did decide to merge. Why did you decide to merge, and what's the experience been like?
Essentially, we decided to merge. It wasn't even on our radar, to be honest. Save the Children Australia came to us and essentially said, in all honesty, we've had 55 technology projects in the field and none of them have scaled. And you guys are scaling every project you're working on. Like, what is the difference? And we want that capability inside our organization, essentially, was the very first conversation. And so it wasn't something we went looking for, but at the same time, personally, I hate waste. I love, I love to work together. I love collaboration. I hate duplication. So, the idea certainly appeals to me. And I think we could all agree that there's probably lots more need for some mergers to take place in the sectors where there's so much overlap. But essentially, I 100% agree with Amanda. It's a real spectrum, and we have looked at potentially shared services at the other end of the spectrum before when this came up. And so the reason, I guess, for us why we agreed to merge with Save the Children was that I had spent a decade almost plugging away at our goal of reaching 20 million children by 2030. We were probably burning ourselves out. We were kind of at the point where we were like, I don't think we're going to make it. Like, I certainly had started to think, I don't think we're going to make it. I think we're going to keep growing. We were growing at 100% year on year. So it wasn't as if we weren't growing, but it was killing us in the meantime, I guess is the way to put it. It was, really burning the candle at both ends. And the merger gave me the opportunity to think, actually, this is another way to do it. And we might get there if we merge. And I had really come to the conclusion we wouldn't get there on our own. Sorry, I've just lost light in my room. It'll come back on in a minute. So we did merge. We merged 18 months ago. And our experience has been mixed. I'll be honest. It's been hard, as Amanda alluded to. Mergers are really hard. And we came in it on the proviso that we would maintain our brand, that we would maintain our organisation on its own. So we still keep our ABN. We've retained our own board. And it was very important for us to keep that usness, the reason why we've been successful, obviously. And so that was all negotiated up front. And that's been definitely our experience, that you have to negotiate that up front if you're going to our end of the spectrum of a merger rather than just shared services. But yeah, it's been tough. It's a big organisation. Save the Children is ginormous. They almost don't get bigger. And so to kind of navigate that, we always describe ourselves, rightly or wrongly, as an agile speedboat. And we kind of come up alongside the giant mothership, as we call it. And sometimes the waves wash us over, to be honest. And sometimes it helps us along our way. So it's been a real mixed bag.
And just to probe a bit more, I mean, where has the benefits been being a speedboat linked to that mothership? Like, where has it boosted you, do you feel? Hearing what you've said about you've kept your separate identity, etc. and ABN,
yeah.
But where has the boost been?
I think the boost has been getting access to donors that we wouldn't have got access to before. So we didn't go down the ACFID accreditation path. When I did the calculations, it didn't make sense for us. We're not good at wholesale fundraising. We've always been much more B2B, partnering with World Visions and child funds, etc., than B2C mum and dad fundraising. So we wouldn't have been great at raising the match. And the numbers just didn't make sense to us. So sitting under their ACFID accreditation, getting access to donors that we wouldn't normally get access to, that has definitely helped. And then the SAVE network, working in as many locations as they are, being able to access that. And I probably underestimated how much more education was still required. I thought coming under the umbrella, we'd be, you know, automatically selected by the country officers. But we still have to tender just like everybody else, even though we're in the family. And that has been slower. But at the same point, we're starting to get real traction there. It's taken us about 18 months. It feels like we moved into a new town and we needed to meet everybody, if that makes sense. You know how you move somewhere and you don't have any friends for 2 years, and then suddenly it feels like you know everybody. Yeah, I'm hoping the 2-year mark is that tipping point for us, but it feels like we moved into a city and we had to get to know everybody first.
Okay, and in terms of your emotional energy, 18 months on from the process, where are you at?
Depends on the day. It's been exhausting, I'll be honest. It has been exhausting, and I had hoped that we would see more benefit from shared services 18 months in, but we're really only now starting to see green shoots of the benefit. And I think that I wouldn't demerge, so I want to put that up front in case that's in people's minds, because I still firmly believe it's our only route to getting to our goal. But at the same time, I probably would have dipped my toe in shared services with Save the Children or another organisation first, in hindsight, if that makes sense. And possibly we were too ambitious, both of us, in our desire to integrate shared services in too many areas simultaneously. So we kind of went all in, and that has been really hard. So probably in hindsight, what we should have done was integrated our people and culture first, maybe, and then tackled maybe finance, and then tackled something else. But we did it all at once, almost all at once. And it's been really hard for our team. It's been a lot of change all at once. So we've had to manage that change management and that culture change, or protect our culture as it has been quite heavily. So yeah, I've got lots of learnings. I'm happy to share with anyone who wants to know. Feel free to reach out to me. I've got tons of hindsight learnings, that things we could have done better and differently had we known.
Really interesting, Rebecca. So Tim Budge, you've done thinking and reflecting and writing about processes of organisational change, and the title of this topic, this session, is transformation, organisational transformation. I mean, what have you learnt along the way, and is what Rebecca's saying surprising to you?
Thanks, Mark, and greetings everyone from Naarm on Wurundjeri land. And just by way of background, I was part of an organisational change process in a fairly large NGO. To use Rebecca's terms, it was one of those tankers that needed to be shifted around. It was a big process, and in the Pacific. And I guess we went into what we knew needed to happen in terms of organisational change and transformation, with an awareness that there were issues around programming, there were issues around systems, there were issues around governance, HR, legal, all of those kinds of things. And they were kind of, they're on our hit list, and we knew that we had to tackle those. I guess the big reflection, and it touches on what Rebecca said as well, is kind of what surprised me is not those hard kind of organizational things, but more the soft side of the organizational change process. And I think for any organization looking at a transformation or a change process, it's worth being aware of those things and monitoring them as you go. So it includes things like just a change in culture, and culture can be all kinds of things, but in terms of how staff and how different officers relate to each other and within their own organizations, that's likely to change. There's likely to be a change in or an impact, I guess, around emotions. Organizational change is an emotional process, because it involves humans. And if you think people won't get emotionally involved, then it's just not going to happen. So there was grief, and there was uncertainty, and there was that sense of which is part of grief, of saying, why can't things stay as they are? Why do we need to change? But I think organizational transformation also involves, or it should involve, a change in structures and a change in power relationships. And they are important drivers, because I think within development, we should always be looking for more equitable ways to arrange power and to arrange our organisations. But if you're going to do that, there's likely to be pushback, because there's likely to be people who are perhaps losing out a little bit in the new arrangement. And even though there may be an intellectual agreement for the change process, they're still affected as holistically, and that needs to be acknowledged and recognised and monitored, and to help them through that process as well. Because I think we do need to be focused on where do we want to be in terms of the kinds of organisations that we are in international development, and to push for that, but to be aware of, I guess, the minefields that are there in those soft areas that I mentioned before.
And Tim, what sort of supports have you seen? You talked about monitoring and supports, but what sort of supports work effectively? What form does that take?
I mean, it sounds like just a generalized statement, but I can't underestimate the importance of communication. Unfortunately, in the time of COVID, where it's harder to do face-to-face communications, that can make it more difficult. I think there's a constant need to check back with all parties, and I think there is also a need to just remind people of what's the goal? Where do you want to end up with in terms of the organisational change process? What's the end state? What's the advantage of that end state? And why are we all on that path together? So I think that's part of it. And I think it's good having allies and mentors who can help with this process, and also support within the organisation in terms of management, to again remind people of why this needs to happen and what's going to be the benefit out of it.
Thanks, Tim. Amanda, listening to Rebecca and Tim and reflecting on what you said earlier on about the shared services, with your research and also your general experience working with NGOs, I mean, where have you seen attempts at shared services operate, be effective, and the change processes that Tim's talking about also be effective? Did your study throw these up, or have you seen it appear elsewhere? Did you hear about it?
There are examples, but interestingly, not a lot in our sector. So international development is not the sector where shared services have started, but we know the push for outsourcing of government services and private shared services models in the private sector, they're far more advanced. And there's a lot of research there that we did look at that shows, and it confirms exactly what we're hearing, that none of it is guaranteed. None of it's easy, and it is about culture. Like, it does come down to the people involved and the process you adopt. And so our research, and certainly the experience which is more cited and there's more evidence of in the private sector, confirms all of those experiences. I think that, but though this sector, like the NGO sector, does have particularly unique challenges in addition to that. And partly it is that the trust and the reputation is critical. Like, we all know, and I hear when Rebecca talks about it, like that you have a personal mission that you are very invested in that you can't simply replicate and you can't hand to someone else. It does come down to people. But there's also some structural issues in our sector that need to be overcome for shared services to really work. And I'm probably speaking to the right audience when I say 94% of the NGOs that we surveyed acknowledge that they don't have operating costs in their government grants or in their program support that cover administrative or back office costs. So when we're talking about shared services, typically all of our evidence and all our research shows you do save money over time, over the long term, but in the short term, they involve upfront costs because you have to invest in shifting offices. That has an upfront cost. You have to merge your HR systems or your finance systems. They have upfront costs. And we all know that NGOs aren't really funded to cover blips in costs quite like that. So for shared services for the sector to really work, we've got some cultural obstacles, some trust and hesitancy awareness issues. We've seen in the chat, people are already like, but who can I partner with? There's a brokering role that's missing. But fundamentally, there's also a challenge around the funding model that limits investing in systems in the NGO sector to take advantage of the scale that could happen across NGOs.
That's really interesting. Tim, you've got you want to build on that?
Yeah, well, it's more just in general terms that I failed to say that we also participated in the shared service study that Amanda and her team did. And I just want to endorse it. I thought it was a terrific report. And I think the driver there in terms of collaboration and also, to be honest, in terms of localization, are things that we should all be supportive of and find ways of doing these things better. And this is, I think, that the opening there is about how we are creative in terms of making shared services work. And, as Rebecca says, there's going to be difficulties along the way. But again, it's around that organizational transformation. What are the principles and values that are there that we want to work towards, and how do we make the most of them?
I think Amanda raises an interesting question, though, for smaller NGOs, and even speaking from ACFID's experience, that often your operational support functions, in a larger organisation, you'll have a HR person, you'll have a CFO, you'll have an IT lead, and a range of other dedicated staff or teams to support those functions. In a small organisation, you'll be lucky to have an operations manager or a business manager who does all of those things, or is meant to, or sometimes you don't have that at all. It's just, the CEO and your program person, and that's kind of it. And I'm wondering, Mimi, does that reflect your experience, and how do you manage that? And so listening to that kind of need to invest, what would that mean to you, to sort of like invest in new functions, to collaborate?
Absolutely. I mean, if you look at the amount that we receive from ANCP, for example, that's around about $500,000. We're allowed 10% of that on administration operations costs. The compliance with ANCP costs us far more than $50,000 a year, far more. And so it's just not possible to do it. And yes, ANCP gives you a springboard to raise other funds. But as a small NGO, you go through this period of, you have to raise your profile to be able to raise public funding, and that costs money. So it's a big challenge. I mean, we've gone through this period of rapid growth now because we've gotten some additional grants to do COVID vaccination work, but still we don't have the kind of money sitting aside for operational costs that a bigger NGO would have from their public fundraising to kind of put into strengthening our operational systems and changing our operational systems to suit the management of those bigger grants. It's a big challenge for us. And exactly what you're talking about, of having, one person who's responsible for a whole heap of things. I've sort of changed our finance manager position into a full-time position recently. But, we still have a part-time HR manager who only works a couple of days a week. And, we're going through this rapid growth of having to hire huge amounts of additional staff. It's really challenging for us, and it's kind of exhausting our whole team at the moment.
So the bandwidth to imagine and to actually do the discussions around engineering collaboration, is it there when you're trying to do all those other things, or you make sure it is there because you realise that's the only way forward?
I think that's the thing. I've been sort of personally pushing it. Jen and I have been having discussions together. You just have to, there's something we just have to do. All of my staff at the moment are doing huge amounts of unpaid overtime. It's just this period of growth that we're kind of going through, and we just have to manage it somehow.
Right. Rebecca, what do you want to add into this?
Yeah, I kind of wanted to think, really expanding on what Amanda was saying earlier. I think there's real gaps in our industry, and we should be learning from the private sector. where there just isn't an NGO or even a for-profit that is targeted at our sector for shared services. And it's one of the reasons that SAVE wanted to bring us on, was because they want to become this shared services hub for other NGOs. The problem I see is that I actually think we need to adopt more of a commercial mindset to it and make it kind of almost a shopping mall for shared services, and make it super simple, because the amount of energy that Mimi's like talking about, it's a huge amount of time that you've got to invest in building the relationships, negotiating what good looks like, what the North Stars are going to be for both of you. All of those things takes a huge amount of time, and it really takes your eye off the ball. Like, it's a real distraction. And I have found the last 18 months extremely distracting. And so I think that what the sector is really missing is a shared services that almost mimics the private sector, but with all the ingrained experience of the not-for-profit sector and working in the very difficult places that we work. Because if I think about our business, right, even with being paired up with SAVE, there's still gaps in our business. For instance, procurement and logistics are areas that we obviously, for printed books, for instance, we ship a ton of printed books globally. We move them, we print them in different locations, we move them around the world, we move our tech around physically. Logistics alone is a huge issue. It's a piece of a number of people's roles in our business, none of which have logistic experience prior, and they're doing it because we have no one else to do it. And it's something that we don't need all the time. We need it in peaks and troughs. And I think having a shared service that had a logistics and procurement person as an example, meal person and child protection, as Amanda was talking about before, that you knew what their rates were, they've got inherent experience, that you don't have to go out and find a consultant to do it, because this person's reputation or this team of people's reputation is really strong, and you could just dip in and out of it as you needed to, would be so incredibly beneficial, because we all experience these peaks and troughs of needing more people and culture support as we're on a recruiting drive, as Mimi described. And then we might back off for 6 months. So it's not like you're going to hire people or even share people for that time, because you don't actually need them at all in that time. For our small organizations that are like constantly doing this with our staffing and procurement, I think that we actually need somebody to stick their hand up. I'm thinking like an offshoot social enterprise of ACFID maybe, to stick their hand up and say, we actually have deep experience here and we know where your gaps are. And so we're going to provide that on a fee for service basis that we can dip in and out of. I think it's a huge missing piece in the market that we could all benefit from.
It's really interesting you mentioned that, though, because I know Baptist World Aid, and I don't know if they're here today, but some years ago they did set up a shared services model to provide this type of services, particularly into church agencies. But in the end, for whatever reasons at that point in time, I don't think, I could be wrong, if anyone's on the panel today, please, in the audience, please jump in, that I don't think it was commercially viable. So it's not to say that the need isn't there, but trying to make a going commercial proposition in this space seems to be something that is still not there. I do have a question about simply outsourcing, like as opposed to having staff, as opposed to collaborating. Private sector commonly outsource. Big NGOs commonly outsource all sorts of functions. We have outsourced financial functions, and whereas once upon a time, we used to have a dedicated finance person in the organisation as an employee. We don't anymore. We outsource our HR. What does the literature or the experience, Jim, Amanda, tell us in this space? You'll have to take your mics off, though, and the first one will get to speak.
I'm not sure about the literature, but I think kind of as Rebecca said, that you can learn from other sectors, whether it's private sector or whatever. And there's that saying, good minds create, great minds steal. So I think we can be a bit focused on stealing good ideas. I think I do think this is a very generalized statement, but I think sometimes as NGOs, we want to keep things in-house. And I'm actually not sure why that's always, well, I think I've got some suggestions, but it doesn't matter. But we actually need a conscious effort to say, what's the best way to do this? If we need a presence in a particular place, do we really want to set up an office there, or is there some other creative option that we can do? We can, make the most of. And to me, it's just common sense, but it actually requires it's a change in mindset at an organisational level and at a decision-making level to do that. Amanda will have lots more to say, I'm sure.
Yeah, no, Tim, I was just going to add to that I think there is a hesitancy to even approach private sector or outsource. And there's a few reasons. Partly there is a culture when someone starts an NGO, you naturally you have to do everything yourself. That's how you get it going. And so your culture is one that's only your organization, only you can really do it as well as you can passionately do. So I think there's a cultural issue around it, but there's also a lack of awareness that actually it can be cheaper to outsource. I think when we think private sector, we think expensive. And I know, Rebecca, you commented on this when we spoke previously. What we found is not only can it be more cost effective, you can get better talent because people are specialists in that area, whereas you'll get a generalist or someone slightly less experienced just because of different pay scales compared to a scaled HR firm or legal firm or anything. But the other thing that, to Tim's point earlier around power shifting, shared services and outsourcing can be an avenue to localization, because take, for instance, all the regulatory compliance we have around labour laws when you work in Papua New Guinea, when you work anywhere. The local lawyers are going to be better at knowing the local laws, and they're often cheaper. So shared services can also be an avenue to localizing and to actually utilizing local capabilities. When, often I'm always stunned by NGOs when we're trying to navigate all the complexities of different foreign regulations when we're working with counterparts that probably know them. So I think actually just leaning into, as part of all the efforts everyone's making to localize, to also think about shared services and outsourcing as part of that.
And yeah, I so couldn't agree more. Well said, Amanda. I couldn't agree more.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And one of the things also, when you outsource to a company, they, if they're specialised in the area, they have the systems in place. And I remember when we contracted an outsourced financial services provider. I mean, they came with all these U-Butte templates and reporting formats that, we never, just totally transformed the way that we did things. And we were able to calculate our costs and do projections in a way that we couldn't do in the past. So there's been significant gains, I think, from going down that path for us, and probably just in terms of actual expenditure, it probably started off cheaper, but over time we've bought more of their services because they're valuable. So probably it's costing a bit more than probably having a staff member now, but also we've grown and we've improved as a result of having their services. So it's been more effective for us. But I'm wondering if people listening have questions that they want to post to our panelists and just pop them in there. But Rebecca, you want to make a point?
Yeah, while the questions are being populated, I really just want to build on what Amanda said. And I think as working in this industry, prior to studying Library for All, I didn't actually work in the not-for-profit sector. I'm from the construction industry. And so, 10 years in, I've obviously learned a lot, but at the same time, I came with a lot of industry experience as well. And I sort of, so for me, I didn't have to have that shift in mindset. It's all about, best value for money, cost efficiencies. And I think living and breathing the not-for-profit sector, I think sometimes we think of ourselves as a little bit special. And in some areas, we really are special. People working in the, 2 days walk from the nearest road in PNG get it far more than somebody sitting in an office in Sydney. Like, there are areas of our business that are very specialty. Totally understand that. Don't want to disregard that. But finance is not a specialty. It's literally used in every business globally. And I couldn't agree with Amanda more in that we don't have to reinvent the wheel. Like, we can literally leverage And it doesn't have to be top tier. We can go to like small and mid-tier, for-profit businesses and get treated like a customer and get treated, get everything we need very cost effectively. And as you rightly put, get better value for money, get more advanced in what we're trying to do, because we don't have to reinvent the wheel. We don't have to be the best at finance, because we don't need to. The world does finance really, really well. We just need to be the best at delivering our service and delivering impact in the field. And I think we sometimes lose sight of that we think that every part of our business is as special as that part. It's actually not. And so if we focus our energy on the parts that make us special and make us deliver that really heartfelt and incredible life-changing impact that each of the organizations that are represented on this call do, and outsource the rest or shared service the rest, imagine how much more impactful we'd be, because our focus is on the important, not on trying to do all the rest, and trying to learn all the rest. And I just think we sort of forget that sometimes.
Okay. And Rebecca, you've scored the first two questions too in the chat from Anita and Julia, but they're the same question but two different sort of lenses, so that with the benefit of hindsight, what are your top tips around integrating people and culture? What would you do differently and ditto with finance, merging financial systems?
I'll start with people and culture. I would do it slower. I think we tried to bite off too much of the apple at once, and I think people and culture has been smoother than some other areas. So payroll and things like that were quite smooth, but it was more kind of the hiring, and I think a lot of that was based on my misassumption that coming into a big organization that they would have a really hands-on recruiting process and we would have things that we could leverage. But they didn't. They were kind of a self-serve people and culture business, whereas we were growing at far too much of a rate. So they tended to want to support hiring managers and managers in each department to hire their own staff, whereas we were trying to hire, like, I think at one point we had 17 roles in the market, and like, no matter the amount of support you give anybody, there's no way they can hire 17 roles at once, so we needed more of a hands-on, and so we had to bring in extra support that wasn't there for us. So from a people and culture perspective, I think you need to go eyes wide open what your expectations are to understand if they're going to match, because there's a big difference between a bronze service in people and culture and kind of a gold service, and you just don't know. You need to make sure which one you're thinking you're getting. And so I'd go, and I think we went in a bit naively to that, and it came a bit unstuck for us, and we had to make some course corrections. Finance, I probably shouldn't talk about this one. It's been our hardest one out of all the shared services, and it's still going on 18 months in. The finance package that Save uses is not well known in Australia, so it was very difficult to find talent off the street, and there's a steep learning curve to use their finance package, and it's not as user friendly as ones we've used in the past. So it's been it's been difficult. The finance one's really difficult. And I think finance, again, as I iterated before, I actually don't necessarily think it needs to be a shared service with not-for-profits. I actually think we should be outsourcing our finance. And I was very excited to hear ACFID is, because I just think finance is one of those areas that the world does very well, and we can find good value people, like you say, that come in with all of their templates and all of the things. You don't have to invent that stuff. So it's been our hardest one. So I probably should stop there in case I say something I shouldn't. But yeah, other areas have been amazing. Like legal has been a breeze. That was super simple, because you're working with lawyers. So one lawyer to the next lawyer, they understand it, right? So that's been a breeze. So there's been some areas that have been really easy.
So just to responding to an earlier question in the chat to ACFID, to me about, how do we get visibility? What about the small members, community of practice? Look, probably most of you working in a particular country will know your colleagues and other organisations there in terms of making contact or reaching out to have a chat. But if you don't, I've put the interactive NGO map there, so you can actually go on that and just see which other NGOs in ACFID's membership are working in a particular country or region. I've also put up the link to our community practice, because that's another great way, if you're not involved, to just get visibility of who else is out there. But what we will do out of this is, in our next week's heads of agency email, just put a contact in to us around those that are interested in having a further conversation about sharing services in particular countries. So we'll put a little template in and just get that out to all members, so you can get a bit more visibility of who's interested. I think what I found in talking to CEOs over the years is, obviously for the big end of town, they're all federated, so it's actually not a proposition for them to, in Australia anyway, to merge. And shared services is trickier as well, because of probably some of the strong cultural elements around the particular agencies that Tim alluded to, but not impossible. There are examples of shared field offices and the like, which are positive. And I know some CEOs are interested in that. I think a lot of NGOs that are mid-size are faith-based, and so that you come up against denominational challenges, that they're nested within the systems of larger church organisations sometimes, but there's also invariably some church politics that can perhaps impede or have to be worked through. And so actually looking at our membership, it's a sort of a smaller range of organisations that have the potential to certainly talk merger or sharing services, but there's clearly the need and the desire there. So there's definitely more that can be done. As we're winding up, I just wanted to see, is there any final reflections from you, Mimi, who we started out with, listening to this conversation around, what do you think you're going to do to take account of what you're hearing? What will you definitely try to do? What will you steer clear of?
Yeah, well, I was also going to comment on, your discussion about smaller NGOs in the Australian sector. But I also think it's about how we as the Australian NGOs can support the local NGOs. For example, in Papua New Guinea, it's very difficult for small NGOs, community-based NGOs, to get off the ground because of those high operational costs. So I think it's also about how they can collaborate with us on the ground in Port Moresby or in a field offices or whatever, on those shared services ideas to sort of help, seed those smaller local NGOs. I think the discussion's been really interesting. It was good for us to talk last week, but even now, I've learnt more about keeping those culture aspects in mind. I think for us and KTF, it was a natural fit because we've run some programs together in the past. We've got an existing relationship. We're both sort of a similar size and a similar operating model and a similar culture. So I think those things are well aligned, but we do have to obviously keep it in mind. I like the discussion about outsourcing. I think, I'm sitting here thinking about all of the HR challenges we're going through at the moment, and that's possibly one solution for us, is to look at what outsourcing options there are. I think for me, the basis, the starting point for collaboration and coordination amongst NGOs is always the mindset to be able to do it, and making the time to do it, because we always think, well, I'd like to, but I'm too busy or I don't have time. So it's got to start with the right mindset to be open to it, and you've just got to make the time to do it somehow.
Amy Zelliker, Amanda Robbins, Rebecca McDonald and Tim Budge, thank you very much for your contributions today. Back to you, Genevieve. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thanks, Mark. There has been some furious nodding and note-taking going on here in the room. And look, we will actually make some adjustments to this little survey that you'll all receive at the end of today to determine if there's anyone out there who would like to opt in for more discussion around shared services. And we'll have those links as well to all the ACFID resources and the small member COP up on the Pawa Liklik website as well. We are going to break now for some lunch. We're going to keep the Zoom link going live, so you can either jump off and return on the same link that you clicked on this morning, or you can just keep it going in the background whilst you go and have a stretch, some food and a refresh. And we look forward to having you back here at 12:45 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Savings Time. That's for the folk down in Victoria, Canberra, New South Wales. For us here in Queensland and PNG, that is 11:45. See you soon. Well, welcome back, everyone. I hope you're feeling refreshed and revived and ready for our afternoon sessions. It's my absolute pleasure to introduce the panel with the University of Queensland and to welcome back Dallas Dowsett with her colleague Joel Bird from UQ's Global Development Hub, and also their guest and partner Elsa Carnaby from Oxfam. The panel this afternoon will be discussing something of interest to us all, just how do small to medium-sized NGOs partner with the university on a range of activities related to our work in development, including impact assessment, monitoring and evaluation, research, and I'm sure much, much more. The UQ Global Development Hub harnesses UQ's wealth and diverse breadth of expertise to provide opportunities and solve challenges globally. Through the hub, you can connect with a community of like-minded UQ academics, researchers, development practitioners, and students across a range of disciplines, faculties, and institutes who are either currently engaged in or holding an interest in global development work. Dallas, Joel, and Elsa, thank you so much for joining us, and I'll hand over to you.
Jen, thank you. I'm going to get a copy of that recording so that can become our elevator pitch from now on, because you summarised it all very beautifully in what is often a complex environment to explain what you do. Thank you so much for asking us to do this virtual roundtable, and it's a great chance to have a very open conversation about where we see opportunities and what some past experiences and successes have looked like in terms of partnering. Before I kick off though, can I please again acknowledge the traditional owners of the and their custodianship of the lands on which we come from or connect into from, and pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging, and recognise their contributions to global society. As Jen said, my name's Dallas Dowsett, and I've got a fantastic job heading up UQ International Development and also driving the new Global Development Impact Plan and the Global Development Hub that Jen just mentioned. Great to be part of the Pawa Liklik conference again this year and contribute to this, this part of the conversation around partnering with academia. It's my pleasure to welcome a colleague of mine, Joel Bird, who works with us in international development and has a very solid background and history, not only at UQ, but also in previous development work, and Elsa Carnaby from Oxfam, who's going to share some of her views around what it's like to be external to a university and try and navigate that landscape. But I'll hand over to Joel and then Elsa, and they can do a self-introduction with much more aplomb than I can.
Sorry, I had to find the mute button. Thanks, Dallas. It's great to be here in the Pawa Liklik. I'd also just quickly add my acknowledgement of the traditional owners of the land in which I'm meeting from, and pay my respects to the elders past, present, and emerging. As Dallas said, I work in the UQ International Development team, and I've been there for a number of years now, helping to take a lot of the UQ expertise and knowledge and the analysis and insights that we've developed here at the university, and looking at how do we apply that to development programs globally, mostly through the Australian Aid program or multilateral agencies, but increasingly also looking at other opportunities and how we connect with that. A lot of our work has been capacity building and training focused. We do training programs in Papua New Guinea, has been probably our largest area of engagement historically. And through that, then we've also been able to work alongside a lot of different NGOs in those training programs. We've also worked with them on a few of our other broader programs around analysis and evaluations and different areas like that. So excited to talk a bit more about that. I don't know if you want me to get into it, Dallas, or just do the intro.
I think just the intro for now, and then I'll contextualise the university in its simplest form so that people get an understanding of sort of the scale of the organisation, but how we as a smaller unit within the university can help navigate. And I'll hand over to Elsa to just give a little introduction and background to your work too, Elsa.
Sure, no problem. Thanks so much. Hi, everyone. Good morning and good afternoon. I think we're across a few time zones. So my name is Elsa Carnaby and I'm calling in from Wurundjeri land today here in Melbourne. As Dallas mentioned, I'm working as the Head of Program Development and Effectiveness at Oxfam Australia. So that is a really awesome team of international aid and development specialists who support our program design. So that includes things like grant acquisition and partner identification, such as with universities, proposal development. And we've also got specialists who support program quality, as well as provide technical expertise in the areas of economic justice, gender justice, and climate justice, which is very much where our strategy is focused on at the moment. So firstly, just to extend my thanks to UQ and the Pawa Liklik conference, because it's really great to have an opportunity to share some of the experiences that we've had. Oxfam Australia has been around for 70 years and we're currently working in around about 10 countries in Asia Pacific to address issues of poverty and inequality. And actually, was thinking about the range of different partnerships we've had with universities over at least my time at Oxfam. And it has covered things such as what I call big R research. So working often on specific projects, sometimes around the university bringing a particular technical expertise, like water engineering or information communications technology. But there's also been the kind of program learning and evaluation, the zoom back meta-analysis, look across the program results and really help synthesize information to guide recommendations around improving policy and practice. And opportunities to come together like this, share learning, share knowledge and learning. And certainly some really valuable engagements with students. So everything from bespoke internships to industry partnerships around sort of student integrated learning opportunities. So happy to meet today and share a few of those insights and reflections with you all.
That's great, Elsa. Thank you. And you've touched on a couple of things that I'll come back to and I'll add in because they're really important factors. I said I'd start with a quick overview of UQ and try and simplify it down. But I think the most important thing is to really articulate the university's commitment to development work. We know that good universities around the globe continue to contribute to development, but I think it takes a brave university to actually decide to commit to it in terms of writing it into its future strategy and investing in having a plan around global development and some kind of mechanism. In our case, it's a virtual global development hub to try and harness things together and make it easier internally to bring those practitioners and passionate players together, but also a way for external stakeholders to navigate their way in. UQ is a global university, as most people on the call will know, and we're ranked consistently in the top 50 institutions in the world. We're a research-intensive university with expertise across just about every discipline area that you can name. And we've got a student population of 55,000 plus, including about 20,000 international students, a staff of almost 7,000 full-time equivalent, and a global alumni network that exceeds 250,000 participants. So when you think about that scale and reach, it's an enormous organisation, and the trick is to navigate to the right parts of it to get the outcome and impact that we're looking for. So the unit that I head up, UQ International Development, is a commercial unit that's been in existence for a long time within the university, well over 25 years. And it's a dedicated development unit primarily focused on commercial development projects. So identifying them, securing them through tender bids or proposals, and then delivering those projects for the funder, a donor or client. We most recently were moved out of other parts of the university into global engagement as a portfolio, and that's been a strategic move aligned with where the university is going, in that it puts us in a central portfolio and really positions us as an important cog in that whole engagement profile of the university. The UQID unit has worked across many, many different countries. And as Elsa, you said, you've got active projects in multiple countries at any one time. I think over the past 2 decades, we've delivered more than 500 projects across 60 different countries. So that touch point or footprint for the university is expanded even further through that work. When we moved into global engagement, and at the start of last year, we committed to what we call mainstreaming development work at the university. And that's a term that our Chancellor, Peter Varghese, uses. He wanted to see development work mainstreamed, which was music to my ears and the ears of my team members as well. So that was done with an idea to bring together all of these disparate parts of the university that had development projects underway, or worked in development, or contributed expertise, or did research in that space, and try to bring them all together. And we did that through the development and design of the Global Development Impact Plan, which was officially launched by our Vice-Chancellor in June this year. It's also now been implemented through a number of different activities, but the most significant of those is the Global Development Hub that Jen outlined in her introduction to this session. We've done this also to underpin the writing of development work, or enriching communities through development, into the next strategic plan of the university. So I think that just highlights the real commitment of the university to work in this space. And we know that our success and our impact and our greater enrichment of those communities will most certainly come from partnerships of all models, shapes, sizes, and platforms that they're built from. So we're really keen to have a discussion around the three of us today, and to invite the audience to ask questions through the Q&A process on how we can make that work better, and what's worked well in the past, what hasn't, and where we see those opportunities. So I might throw the first question out there about what are some of the key challenges to collaborating with a university from the perspective of an NGO, and then how we might overcome some of those challenges. So Elsa, I might go to you first on this one, and then Joel, your background both pre-UQ and in UQ, I think you can share some learnings on that side of it as well.
Thanks, Dallas. Yes, so as I described before, there's been a number of different opportunities that we've had to partner with universities. I think one of the more challenging types of engagements is when it does relate to research, particularly research in the countries that we're working in overseas. So if it's a very specific piece of research, it often can have long lead times, as I'm sure you're aware. And one of the challenges that brings for us is actually twofold. Firstly, it means that we're often the primary relationship holder with a local partner who will then be responsible for supporting community and mobilisation. That will often involve a lot of workshops, a lot of interviews, data collection, and often that's going into the design stage of the research, which means that for communities, there is quite a long lead time until there might be some tangible benefits. So some of the feedback that we often get is we're providing a lot of information, we're traveling long distances to come, and we're kind of ready and willing and waiting to see where that takes us. So that is one of the challenges. But also, once we get into the implementation phase, often because research is investigating a particular hypothesis, there isn't a lot of flexibility. And so we struggle a little bit in terms of what we normally practice, which is adaptive management. So having these regular feedback loops where we re-look at the context and understand how the program is going, the risks, the opportunities, the challenges, and then make those changes on a sometimes 6-monthly or even more frequent basis. Whereas if the research timeline is long and the project is set, that limits sometimes that ability to make those changes that might happen normally in a sort of 3 to 5 year project. I think the last thing that I just want to raise in this particular moment around the challenge is that to manage the partnership, also depending on the depth of the research and how frequently there might need to be data collection, it can often be very time consuming for the staff and quite resource intensive in that sense. So there's also a need for staff to manage multiple different stakeholders if there's quite a lot of different touch points. So just that kind of ability to implement a project and then add on to that a kind of additional layer, which sometimes can feel a little bit extractive. So I mean, we're going to get to opportunities and recommendations, but I think those few are what come up quite regularly when we're talking about those project-specific kind of longer-term research engagements.
Thanks, Elsa. And then over to you, Joel, because you bring, a different perspective, but I'm also really conscious that we've also experienced those challenges and trying to navigate towards acceptable middle ground.
Yeah, exactly. I think even being part of the university, but being in a unit that kind of really does focus on development and working in the development sector, we do face the similar kind of things of, I guess, that difference between really deep research and wanting to understand versus the wanting for research and insights to be able to then place into action and deliver something and change programs or iterate things. And that lead time is a huge issue for all universities. I think it's a really difficult thing in that if academics or if we're looking at these research activities as a research piece and as a activity to try and deeply understand something, there is then a level of rigor and a level of resources needed from that kind of side perspective. And that just doesn't really match a lot of the time with the reality of working in the development sector, working really evolving and changing environments where we do need to be very adaptive, we do need to change quickly, and we need to have insights that maybe not as deeply rigorous that they could be written in journal articles and can write a thesis about that particular one, but insightful enough that we can understand what's happening and we can make the right decisions. So yeah, when we talk about challenges of engagement with the universities, unfortunately, that is probably one of the biggest ones, is that the lead time, the level of rigor, and finding the right size, adapting to the right level for what we're trying to do. The other one that I was going to touch on was a bit of what Dallas referred to earlier as well, and it's even just knowing where to talk to or who to engage with, both from the university reaching out and engaging with NGOs. There's a big need for us in traditional research activities, but even when the university is looking at, increasingly there's a big push within universities to look at how to take research and knowledge that we've created and how to apply that and see impact that comes from that. And obviously universities aren't really well placed to be doing that on the ground because it just doesn't make sense for us. And so we do look at how do we work together with organizations on the ground in different communities to impact that. But for us to understand who's there and how can we do that is a big step as well. And then coming back in for NGOs or for any organization to know who to contact within the university to deliver something or work together. If they're interested in climate programs in Melanesia or something, who is actually the best to talk to can be really, really difficult to navigate, even within our own university. I mean, the amount of times I've been in Papua New Guinea and met with someone and then be told that someone else from UQ was here half an hour ago. And I had no idea. It happens a lot. So these big organizations like universities is really difficult. So they're probably the two biggest challenges that I really come across on the regular kind of time.
It's a really good, there's a lovely question in our Q&A box, and we might throw to that now because I think it really touches on what we see as opportunities, etc. And the question comes from Ineke Unsworth. Such important work that UQ are doing. Thank you for that compliment. Would UQ work with smaller NGOs who may not have big M&E/research budgets? That's the question. And do you have some examples of how this has worked? I think, Annika, I'll open with the response, and that is we are very much through UQ International Development and this broader global development plan looking to work with a cross-section of organisations that suit the particular purpose and are most applicable to the project. So very much our work is around tailoring the response that we think the university can deliver. And we realise that, as Joel mentioned, the university is not always well positioned, nor is it chartered to go and do some things in country. So the only way we can do that, and I guess we've learnt a lot about that during the COVID impact as well, is being able to form those really good and solid foundational links with local organisations of all different scale and size. Because there's different components of projects that are best delivered by the variety of partners. So that's my overarching comment in response to that. I'll hand over to Joel in the first instance to sort of talk about a couple of examples, and then maybe Elsa's got a comment as well. So both of you can follow on.
Definitely. And I think, yes, spot on with what Dallas is saying is that we do really want to engage. There's two levels to this, and so I'll start with just engaging with small NGOs. It is very much within what I think we need to be looking at in how do we engage with communities and groups on the grounds. And we have had a couple of examples of that. The main ones that are coming to mind at the moment, we did a program for UN Women where we looked at creating a training package around gender and violent extremism in Indonesia and Bangladesh. To deliver that, obviously the university does have a lot of research and understanding on violent extremism and gendered impacts of that and gendered responses, and a lot of experience obviously in setting up training packages, but understanding that specifically in the Indonesian context or the Bangladeshi context isn't really where we were. So we did partner with NGOs, both national level ones and also a couple of really small local ones, where we really handed over a lot of the convening and a lot of the insights and the testing of our work was handed over to those NGOs to try and understand and try and make sure that this was actually relevant and culturally and relevant to what their situation was. So that was one of the big ones. The other ones we've done, I'm thinking even in Papua New Guinea, we did a lot of training programs around governance and public policy. And one of the key things that we tried to keep doing was bringing in smaller NGOs to present to the groups. These were middle to senior level leaders in the Papua New Guinean government, and tried to bring in different groups to share with them diverse positions and diverse understanding of what's going on in the Papua New Guinean sector. So there wasn't just academics speaking to government. It wasn't just government speaking to government. We actually really did bring in those other voices. They're really simple ways that we have connected with different small NGOs. And so we are really keen to expand on that through a whole range of other areas, particularly on M&E. Again, yeah, we are very interested in doing it, and the university does obviously hold a lot of things in that. The issue is probably going to be in that scale kind of size, and that sometimes universities like UQ, they do have trouble getting down to really small activities. And there is a bit of work even under the hub trying to understand how we do that better. But it's an emerging or it's an ongoing issue, I guess, is how do we work in these really small areas when the university is charged to, there is a funding requirement, we do need to cover costs for the university and all those kind of things. Having said that, we do look at different opportunities on how can we work together on ideas, how can we collaborate to go find other funding to provide that kind of resources in different areas. We're very open to exploring ideas, but we do have a lot of constraints coming from this large university. Elsa?
Thanks, Joel. So many reflections there that I think are quite similar for us. I mean, firstly, just knowing who to talk to, that's always a tricky one. But what came to my mind when you mentioned that was the importance, I think, for our NGOs themselves to be in the driver's seat when it comes to identifying partnership opportunities. And by that, I mean having in mind what it is and why we would like to partner with a university. I've got an example that I want to draw on where that worked really well because we had already identified the knowledge gap that we wanted to work with the university on. And I think that it also touches a little bit to one of the questions in the chat there, because I think often NGOs are lacking either in budget for research or monitoring, evaluation, learning, and sometimes in the capacity. So they're two of the benefits, I think, in terms of partnering with a university. But I think Kay has also asked a really important question around, well, what are the implications of that when you outsource research? So obviously NGOs have the primary relationship. In Oxfam's case, we work with local partners, and there is the local contextual knowledge as well as the existing relationships that happen in country. So we actually try and recommend not having the partnership model where it is fly in, fly out research. So where best, I think it is a partnership that really does focus on what you mentioned, Joel, in terms of the research translation and then the research application. So what is it that we know, and how can this be applied, and how can the university support that process? But the other model that has worked well is actually where we're partnering with an Australian-based university and an in-country university. So it can be complex, but one instance where we did this over the last 2 years is actually related to an active campaign we have, which is here in Australia. It's called What You Makes. It's basically around demanding that the big fashion brands pay the women who make our clothes a living wage. Those women tend to be in factories as garment workers in Bangladesh. So what we did in this instance was we initiated the research partnership with a university here in Australia because we wanted to conduct research that identified the sourcing practices of the brands. So asking questions to the brands here in Australia and the factory owners in Bangladesh through a self-assessment, comparing these and then identifying gaps. And what we recognised here is that while we had expertise in supply chains and living wages, what we really wanted to partner with the university on was to bring the rigor, so that you mentioned before in terms of the research, the data analysis, and then that really enabled a credibility to the campaign asks. It also ensured the ethics that we know universities have to apply, and the brands understood that there would be data confidentiality. But we actually partnered with a university, the University of Liberal Arts in Bangladesh, who were then able to bring the local contextual knowledge, the support around translation, ensuring that everything was appropriate, managing the relationships with our local NGO partners to those factories themselves. So in this instance, the result was that we had a major report that was launched in identifying the true costs of fashion. But we found that the value was really in this partnership that knew and understood the roles, and the value was benefiting both parties. The roles were very clear, and we were able to, I guess, identify what was the value that was going to be there for both parties, and the outcomes intended for the communities.
Thank you so much to both of you, and for the questions. I think we might have covered off on how the answers to those questions, but it certainly shows that a multi-layered partnership approach, and partnerships that are deeper than just, a reach out at the last minute to try and connect, that really have foundation, will be the keys to success. So very happy to talk again, not necessarily on conference form, but just generally, because it's such an interesting topic. And I really appreciate everyone's time today. Thanks so much.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dallas. Thanks, Joel. Thanks, Elsa. Not only are there great opportunities to engage with UQ on high quality research and program evaluation, but I can certainly speak from personal experience as an adjunct fellow with UQ that the culture at the university is just wonderful, and there are very real opportunities to engage with staff and students and researchers that then feed into program and organisational strengthening. So thank you for that informative session. We are going to take 30 seconds just to load on up our next panel. We will be right back. Okay, wonderful. I'm now so pleased to welcome our final panel for the day, which will be moderated by Rachel Mason-Nunn, Senior Manager of International Development with Equity Economics, and also the host and founder of the amazing Goodwill Hunters podcast. If this is not a regular on your podcast listening, then I highly recommend you grab your phone right now and subscribe. It's absolutely essential listening for our sector. And this afternoon's panel is going to focus on climate change adaptation and mitigation, and the role of small to medium-sized NGOs in addressing climate change as a critical cross-cutting issue across our programming. So, Rach, over to you.
Thanks so much, Jen, and thanks everyone for being here. It's been such an inspiring day so far. This is our final panel for the day, and hopefully a really interesting one for you, and certainly very topical. Before we start, I'll just acknowledge that I'm joining today from Gadigal land in Sydney. Now I will hand over to Petra to provide the case study for this panel. Thanks, Petra.
Thanks, Rachel. The climate change emergency is front and center on the world stage right now. In the past 12 months, climate change action has become an emerging priority and key cross-cutting requirements for ANCP organizations, which has introduced new reporting obligations. KTF wants to play its role in responding meaningfully to climate emergency. However, our programming does not specifically address climate change or disaster risk reduction and management as the primary focus. Our primary program areas are education and health. How can small to medium-sized NGOs like KTF respond to climate change? How can we incorporate climate change adaptation and response programming into the existing programs? Are there new programs or projects we should explore? And how do we find the expertise, skills, resources, and capacity to introduce climate change programming across the organization? Any tips, hints, practical advice, and ideas are welcome. And whilst we're talking about climate, are there any takeaways from the recent Glasgow summit that we should be aware of now that could help shape our responses?
Thanks, Petra. You've certainly asked a big question of our panelists, but I'm sure they're up to the task. I'll take this opportunity to introduce our stellar lineup of panelists for you. So we have Dr. George Carter, who is Research Fellow of Geopolitics and Regionalism at the Department of Pacific Affairs at ANU. We have Dermot O'Gorman, CEO of WWF Australia, and we have Rachel James, Blue Pacific Programs Manager at WWF Australia. Now, Petra, I think one of the points you made there in relation to KTF is that KTF hasn't traditionally been an organisation working in the climate or environment space. And there are many organisations that do that in PNG that focus on things like climate resilient housing or campaigning against deforestation, say, but that isn't the area that KTF has traditionally focused in, unlike health and education and leadership. But now the urgency of the climate crisis is really upon us all. And I think what you've said is that it's leading many NGOs to question how they can bring sustainability and climate into their mandate where it wasn't before. And that's a really tricky transition to navigate, to think about how do you reorient programs to be more sustainability focused. So with that, Dermot, I'd like to direct the first question to you. Do all NGOs need to have sustainability goals, or can some organisations say that's not our mandate, we focus on health or education, say, and we're going to leave sustainability and climate to others? Over to you, Dermot.
Thanks so much, Rachel, and thanks, Petra, for the question. It is a really big question, but I think it is one of the questions of certainly this decade. Look, I would just say two things, and then I think I'm sure George and Rachel will be able to go into much more specifics. The first one is because of the nature of climate change, both in terms of what's needed to mitigate climate change, renewable energies and various other solutions, plus the adapting and building resilience of communities and nature to deal with the changes that are already happening. Certainly at WWF, we've looked at climate change in the same way that we have looked at gender, and in the way that gender needs to be in everything you do. Climate also starts to now to be in everything you do if it's going to start to unwind some of the development gains that we've had over the last few decades. And so the next part to that is, if you do that, it's not about not doing health and education. It's about applying, what does sustainability and climate change look like in the health sector? If the climate change is going to change the distribution of mosquitoes that have malaria in them, and it's going to start to impact communities, you can map out those potential changes and start to prepare communities for that type of impact. So I think really thinking through where you are today and what the linkages are is important. The last bit is ACFID have just come out this last month with a framework for development NGOs about where you could explore acting on climate change. And so I encourage you to have a look online at that. It doesn't give all the answers, but it's a very useful framework for you and your boards to think through where's the first place to start?
Thanks for that, Dermot. And maybe we can try and put that ACFED framework in the chat, because I agree that's a really good resource for the sector. George and Rachel, I want to give you the opportunity to respond to that. But to do so, Rachel, I might just slightly redirect the question to you here. Petra has said that KTF and other NGOs want to respond meaningfully to the climate emergency. I think the magnitude of the climate crisis that we face can make it really hard for anything to feel meaningful unless you're doing it on a really significant scale. It can feel like those micro actions just aren't impactful, which we know isn't the case, and we know everything counts. But where might an NGO like KTF start if they're looking for something truly meaningful and impactful to do in their programs on sustainability?
I really think KTF is doing a wonderful job. Health and education underpin climate resilience for communities. The more healthy and vibrant communities are, the more resilient they will be in the face of threats of climate change. But I also believe in acting and taking action locally. So working with your local partners, boots on the ground with local projects, really mobilising the local existing infrastructure, whether it's partnering with local government, district officers and extended networks, and really supporting to engage in that knowledge brokering. What are the climate risks for this particular area or community or village? And it's not one shoe size fits all. It has to be local to the local conditions. And it could be, from our island atolls and my own home province areas in New Ireland, risk to sea surge and cyclones and rough weather. How can we ready communities to face the coming threats of climate change? And, education plays a key role in this, and there's so many resources. I know the Australian Pacific Climate Partnerships have wonderful resources and technical knowledge, and it's about brokering that knowledge and that science onto the ground and communicating that respectfully to our local communities so that they understand these are the risks and these are the cause and effects. And I really think, small NGOs are so empowered. They're really much connected with local communities. They have boots on the ground. They understand that local context. And they're usually run by local people. So we really need to work together to empower our local experts in terms of appreciating opportunities where small NGOs can really help build that climate lens into their programs. And I think, and it could be supporting youth education programs to really to have an active leadership role. And it could be food security, it could be agri-farms for schools, it could be mangrove replanting and reforestation and education about protecting key critical these natural asset resources that we have and we depend upon today, and that with the climate risks, they're at threat. And it's like, today, how can we really manage what we have today to withstand the future tidal waves and sea surges and impact risks that we're faced with? So it really, comes back to the local context, really understanding what's the forecast. We know Australia just announced we're in La Nina, and we already know that there's predictions of maybe 2 to 5 extreme cyclone events across the cyclone belt in the coming year. So what can we do now ahead of the game to prepare our communities? And it's about that knowledge brokering and sharing that information. The Australian ACFED NGOs have access to a wealth of knowledge and information and that science base to help build resilience in our Pacific Islands. And I'm all for that knowledge brokering and sharing and really getting that information across so that our communities are prepared.
Thanks, Rachel. I think your point there that NGOs house a great deal of local knowledge is so true. I'm sure a lot of the NGOs in the room really resonate with that you have a very deep, very localized knowledge of the communities that you're working in, and also really meaningful connections with people in those communities that sometimes can be harder for the larger NGOs to broker. George or Dermot, did you want to comment a bit further on that before we move on?
I do, but I'll say that in the last response in terms of working with local communities. Thanks.
Excellent. Building suspense. George, we'll stay with you then. Now, there's a lot I want to ask you, but it would be remiss of me not to ask how Glasgow was, given you've just returned. What was it like to be at the world's most watched event?
Sure. I'd like to pay special tribute and acknowledge traditional owners for where I am. I'm currently here on Ngunnawal and Ngambri land in Canberra, but also acknowledge all the First Nations who are joining us online. And also special acknowledgement to everyone listening in from the Pacific, especially in Papua New Guinea, to our event. Yes, so I'm just returned from Glasgow, but I'm actually a fellow here at the Australian National University Department of Pacific Affairs and the director for the Pacific Institute, which brings together around more than 200 scholars who research the Pacific from ANU. And so many of you we've worked alongside, work with, and look forward to working in the future. Coming in from Glasgow, this is, as we all know, Conference of the Parties is the special time with about 2 to 3 weeks in the timeline and international arena where there's the limelight on climate change, on everything from the international pledges to the negotiations to what happens at the grassroots level. And this is, it's a super mega conference. While we may be familiar with just the negotiations, but we must also understand it's a big expo of everything on climate change. What the multilateral banks are doing in this area, what international, what grassroots communities in Kenya are doing on climate change action. This is the time where you have NGOs having the same seat at the table with GCF, questioning them on their eligibility, on why they can't get financing to local communities. This is the area where we fundraise finances in terms of how to bring that money from the 100 billion straight down to the mangrove plant initiatives to the need for renewable energy in local communities. So while, there is the big, fanfare in terms of the, leaders and also the negotiations and the language on coal, it's very important for NGOs. And from the Pacific, especially in Papua New Guinea, there is a representation that go to these meetings, that have these face-to-face, that share the limelight with Barack Obama in, opening an initiative, a 6 million initiative for 2 years on oceans. It's about working with rainforest nation groups, working with the banks in New York. It's working with, this is, an opportunity where NGOs, not just women, youth, but also local community, indigenous groups, traditional owners are there having that side table. Because it's such a big conference, we don't see everything, but NGOs, I think the question I was asked is, what is the role of NGOs in these meetings? You are there to broker a deal for NGOs. You are there to design a facility that can streamline finances straight to the bottom. You are there to ensure you keep these multilateral banks in check, that they open up. That's not just for national entities, but also for local communities. And you are there to actually showcase what is that work. And so that's the connection of NGOs to COP.
Yeah, thanks, George. It's such an important point. And as you were speaking there, I realized how much of the coverage of COP was just focused on the leaders. And all we saw was what all of the leaders were saying in the forums. But in reality, COP brought together tens of thousands of NGOs, of Indigenous groups and others who were also dialoguing. So I think it's really important that we remember that role that NGOs play. And as a bit of a shameless plug there, that is something that came up quite a lot in the recent season of Goodwill Hunters that Dermot and I hosted. So I'll go to you there, Dermot. I think in an ideal world, every NGO in this room would have all of the resources they needed to fund fantastic local sustainability initiatives. But the fact is, for most NGOs, resources are really finite, and a lot of NGOs have felt that financial squeeze, especially with COVID. And so I think we have to be really pragmatic around what's actually possible to do. And so with that in mind, Dermot, how do you suggest NGOs finance sustainability in their existing portfolios?
So Rachel, I mean, I suspect I'm talking to a bunch of experts who know a lot about how to finance this, how to provide some sustainability, financial sustainability into their programs, and it's as everybody knows, it's a very difficult, it's hard work, but I think on this particular element, to build on what Rachel said before, is start where you are today, and start to bring some knowledge about how you can make those communities relevant. And talk to your existing donors about that journey. Start with your existing donors and take them on the journey about how we have to build climate resilience and resilient communities into our health work, into our education work. So that's where I would start as well. The second piece I would say is that of what George is saying, the money that is now starting to mobilize behind climate change is enormous. A lot of that is in the private sector, but the number of foundations and major donors who in the last 2 years have said to me, you know what, I used to give across a portfolio of things. I'm now really putting much more effort and resources into funding climate related things. And so again, it would be, if they're traditionally in health, they may do more climate into health things. And so I think that there are more opportunities out there to get funding from new foundations or that you haven't got before, or new donors that are interested in this intersection between climate and development.
Yeah, thanks, Dermot. I think on that point, it's something that a lot of NGOs in the room are probably already experiencing, is that there's new regulations and requirements from some donors that you report on how you're approaching sustainability in your portfolio. And this is something that I think was foreshadowed by a big shift in the private sector in recent years, whereby where once board directors needed to be aware of just financial risk, now they need to be aware of the climate risk of the company. And those reporting requirements are gradually becoming almost on par to other areas where directors need to be involved. And I think for NGOs, we're also seeing that shift where it's not enough to say, well, we don't know how our portfolio might be affected by climate. Increasingly, you'll have to know as a requirement of donors. And that can be quite a hard thing to understand if you're new to that journey. So Rachel, can I ask you, how do NGOs come to understand the way their portfolio of activities might be impacted by climate if they're new to that journey?
I really believe in the power of partnerships and really brokering and understanding and linking up with NGOs that are already experts in this space, in this field, and partnering with them and saying, hey, we've got boots on the ground. Would you like to partner with us and work together to build community resilience in the communities that we work with? WWF has just partnered with the Australian government on Climate Resilient by Nature, and we're mobilising resources across our partnerships across the region and really extending our breadth and working with ACFID and Australian NGO sector to mainstream climate resilient nature-based solutions into communities. So it's identifying opportunities, who's in this space, who are the experts, link up with them, network with them, touch base, I don't believe working in silos. Over my work experience and career working back home in PNG and across the Pacific, a lot of NGOs have been working in silos, and it's a time to shift that change. We work together because we need to be, because the urgency, we need to get boots on the ground and impact now, because, working in silo doesn't help. So I believe that you can network, and, there's a wealth of academia knowledge in Australia, and CSIRO, ANU, JCU, UQ, QUT, there's a lot of, brain power, and I think Australia has a moral obligation, tools and resources and knowledge, and, being strong together, Australia and the Pacific is, what I believe, and we have this obligation to assist and support the Pacific Islands front lines of climate change. So,
yeah, it's a great point, Rachel. And when you could probably ask the community that you're working in, what are the climate risks that you've already faced and have faced for decades, and that would give you a very good indication of how your programs might be affected by climate change. So I completely concur with the importance of partnerships and to speaking to communities.
And coming back to local traditional knowledge, that knowledge is there within our communities and within our elders. They have some base ecological traditional knowledge, but as we know with climate change, these seasons are now changing and weather is unpredictable, and, sitting down and having discussions and being respectful, and that takes time working in communities. We're always, with NGOs, we're crunching numbers and reports, working with our donors and, to deliver on the ground impact, but we have to think time scale too, in terms of respectfully and meaningfully working with our communities, to engage with them, to support them. And it's a process, and I believe, working all together, we're all in this together, to support is the way to go.
Yeah, great. Thank you. I want to ask one last question to you, George, and then we've got quite a few questions from the audience, which is great, and I want to get to those. But George, I think for some of us in this room, we're working in the Pacific, and the Pacific is, unfortunately now synonymous with climate change, right? And so it's not a case of will our programs in the Pacific be affected by climate change? It's a case of when, and the answer is probably very soon, if not already. For you, what does that mean for the continuation of the work of NGOs in the Pacific across health, education, gender, leadership, and more? How do we collectively, not unilaterally, but collectively collaborate with our Pacific counterparts to be prepared for the inevitable?
Yeah, thank you very much, Rachel. And the reason why I sort of wanted to come back to the end, because I will just be reiterating what Dermot and Rachel and also the introduction given by Petra have said. So I'll just try and unpack it again and go through it. I mean, one of the fundamental questions that NGOs ask, is how do we transform and reform ourselves to fit the needs? When we had poverty alleviation, that was part of our development agenda. Now, more than ever, the science tells us, and that it is inevitable that the impact of climate change will continue and worsen, not just for the Pacific, but for Australia and globally. So this is the area that we need to take more and more attention, and our full attention in terms of our work. The work has already been undertaken, by national governments and even NGOs in the Pacific as well as Australia, in that word of mainstreaming climate change. Just as how Dermot was talking about mainstreaming gender-wide across, it's mainstreaming climate change across existing programs. That is fundamental. There is not only a component, but is at the prioritize in each of these work. So whether it be in education, health, leadership, and gender, that we take into account. So how do we do this? First and foremost, we need to understand what climate change is. And this is where national governments and regional organizations and international organizations cannot do, that NGOs bring in, that you can contextualize and localize climate change. you understand what the impacts is on the ground, because that is where adaptation stems from. That's where resilience stems from, and where not necessarily global mitigation in terms of the cause, but it stems from being understanding and knowing what the impacts of climate change is on the ground. And they're different wide across the Pacific region and wide across this Australia. The impact in Port Moresby is different to the impact in Port Vila, different to the impacts. So that's the first thing that we all need to understand, is we need to localize what these impacts are. And then we are able to take those impacts and the future risks that these impacts have on our people and society into our current programming. Education, how do we increase contextual, curriculum on education for citizens of Port Vila? That's different from citizens of Port Moresby. They need to be all separate, understanding that that capability. It's also about capacity for our service providers, and the list goes on in terms of education. Rachel brings in traditional knowledge, fundamental, that it's part and parcel of education. It's not about teaching or re-educating people about climate change. It's about empowering them of what they already know. It's to bringing that out. And so that the work should not be a source of we're helping you. The work is about empowering what you already know and be the source of solutions. That's something that we really need to get it right. That the sources of solution are in our communities, which us small NGOs are helping them to bring out, rather than come here, here's $500 to do this project, and then we come back the next day and it's not been done. We need to empower them to how to work these solutions. In terms of health, how the changing climate impacts not only bring in different types of mosquito health patterns, but the food that we are providing our communities. Droughts are taking away our local crops, rice is coming in, bread, NCDs is increasing. There is a huge correlation. There's also correlation in gender, the type of violence that comes through because of stresses and tensions from climate impacts. Drought happens, cyclone happens, the violence occurs because of these stresses. We need to ensure that correlation and find avenues that provide social protections for our community. In terms of leadership, how do we get our people on the decision tables in national governments, at the international level, that they're able to articulate their vulnerability so that they are able to design the projects in which they need. That is the mission of which, our not only education that we're trying to provide here, but the role of our small NGOs. I love this year's theme, small is in power, right? I work a lot with how small states empower the multilateral system, but also influence the international system. I very much believe also in small NGOs, that this is also your role and your mission to power the system, but also empower the people within the system. So I'll leave it there and look forward to the questions.
Yeah. Wow. Thank you, George. That was so well put. And it's no surprise we have a range of questions from the audience, because there has been so much food for thought in this session. So we'll try and get through these questions now. The first one is, what type of climate change targets could smaller NGOs be setting for themselves? And can we provide some examples? So Dhamma, I might go to you with that one.
Well, look, let me perhaps do a couple of high level, then I suspect Rachel might have some very specific advice. But I think that there are a few categories. The first one is, when working with in your community program, and building on what George said about empowering, what are the types? What might the science be saying needs to be looked at, and how do you work with the communities to empower them to blend that with traditional knowledge to come up with solutions? So KPIs around how programmatic you might start to work with the communities to find those solutions that George mentioned. The second bit is, as an NGO, you should walk the talk. And so, how might you as an NGO make sure that your climate footprint is reduced? So there's a number of things that the board and the teams can do, working with your partners. And the third one, which is perhaps a little bit more controversial, is where might, and this is particularly for Australian NGOs, is where might you speak up into Australia on domestic policies that may not have much to do with your health program in PNG, but is what the communities in the Pacific are saying to the Australian government, get out of coal. And so that's often harder to do, but I think it gives a sense of the three areas that as an NGO you can start to go on the journey, do a few small things, and then go from there.
Yeah, thanks, Dermot. George or Rachel, I don't know if you wanted to add anything to that, or happy to move on to the next question. Great. George, if I can ask you the next one. I think it's a really good one. With so many of the climate change goals being such large-scale challenges, it is really hard to see momentum and progress, especially when we're measuring progress against things like net zero targets. But we do know that there are a lot of wins in the Pacific, and there is a lot we can celebrate. So can you give some examples of successes you've seen at a community level? And Rachel, if we could also hear from you on this, that would be great.
Sure, absolutely. How do we see the win? I mean, I won't talk about COP26, but I guess generally, because we haven't seen how they trickle down. How do we see COP decisions lead to all the way at the grassroots level? One of the things that has come out is that countries need to submit nationally determined commitments or contributions, These are the national goals. NGOs look at these goals and try to identify what are these goals, how do they link to local community. And so one of the things that I did, I went back to Samoa for a little while, was talk to my local school. What do you do? What do you do on an everyday basis? What is it that you do? What do you need? They said, oh, we need school textbooks. We need to look at, we need basic food supplies, to have healthy nutrition for the students every day. All right, I look at these documents that are provided nationally determined. What are the facilities available within Samoa that I can link the funding to these groups? And then I say, we're not redeveloping anything new. We are supporting your current program, but ensuring that we are able to bring some source of funding to provide or to support your current education. Starting at that very basic level of linking these national facilities to local community is one start. The second aspect is to look at it. What would you like done in your community? The question there, we'd like to see a seawall. And then that's where academia comes through. My friend, these big rocks of seawalls have a mixed record. If there is a cyclone storm surge, or God forbid, there is a tsunami, these seawalls are like fire cannons, and the bullets rip through the homes. So there is, we need to also, while the suggestion is they'd like to have this seawall, you also need to provide other information as to make them enrich empower their decision as what type of solution that is good for them. And so what basically that came through was mangrove planting, that they have the same types of, these are nature-based solutions, suitable for the community that they're in, but also doable because you have community. So that ability to link these, research, but also national funding to local communities is the best way that NGO is one of the many ways that the NGOs can support, is enabling to filter information, supporting information, empower their decision-making, but also linking to national commitments, which is the ability for them to allow to get international funding to support groups. That is an example which I know other people may also have that I can think of as of now to sort of answer that question, how to link the local to the international decisions.
Thanks, George. Rachel, did you want to add to that at all?
I kind of come at it at a different angle, more in terms of really looking the way WWF works and operates across the Pacific. So we really bring on that social economic livelihood aspect in a lot of our programming and look at things holistically. So really building that community resilience in terms of livelihoods. We have elements of financial inclusion and women's livelihood programs alongside our community-based ecosystem-based management and protecting those key critical assets in terms of mangrove rainforest and coral reef lagoons and seagrass meadows, which are the backbone of communities. But we work with communities, we empower them through a model of where the community leads the decisions on how they manage their natural resource base, but with informed and information and the science knowledge to understand cause and effect. Oh, what happens if we take out all the parrotfish species on a reef, and those cause and effects and linkages in terms of climate resilience? What are the cause and effects if we are fishing down the food chain of coral reefs? What does that result in? And working with communities to bring and broker that knowledge and understanding and supporting them, but also bringing the elements of economic livelihoods, because without income earning opportunities, our communities are solely dependent on their natural resource base. So we think very broad and holistically of bringing those social livelihoods in, and it's a very important aspect to help communities be strong, be resilient in the threats of climate change. So you can't just look at nature alone and protecting nature and building that buffer system. You need to come at it a 3-4-pronged approach of socioeconomic livelihoods, nature conservation, and building climate resilience across the board for communities, and really empowering women in this process and being inclusive, the gender element, but also bringing the youth along as well. We can't leave the youth out of the big picture. And I love a lot of the NGOs and smaller NGOs that work across the Pacific really mobilize youth in leading climate action on the ground in the communities. So hopefully this helps our viewers in how they can approach and look at things very broad, holistic, and partner with NGOs. I know in the Solomon Islands we work with Strong in Business, which brings in that business livelihood, economic livelihood element to our conservation work on the ground.
Yeah, thanks, Rachel. Okay, we've got about 3 minutes and we're going to try and squeeze in one last question very quickly, and it's regarding boards. So a lot of NGOs here would have boards who they need to get on side to make some of the sustainability shifts that we're talking about. And while sustainability is certainly high on the board agenda nationally, for some boards, board directors may just not be across how important sustainability is. So with that, does anyone have any thoughts on how best to get boards along the journey and supportive of sustainability reforms?
Dermot might want to lead on this, and if we have anything to add, we'll support.
Okay, we only have a couple of minutes, so I'm going to look. I would the big answer is take your board on the journey. Find a couple of board members who are advocates for this and work with them. But a very practical example is talk to another NGO partner or another NGO, small, medium, it doesn't really matter, who is on that journey, and ask whether a board member could come across and have a chat with your board, in a board meeting about their journey. So don't be afraid to use other NGO board members to come across and say, look, this is what we've learned about how climate fits into our program. You don't have to do exactly what they did, but I think it empowers boards to then pick up and go on their own journey as a board with staff to come up on the right solution for the organisation.
Thanks, Dermot. Great advice. George?
I may not necessarily have any advice for for boards. I don't deal with boards, I just act on boards. But what I can say here, look, this project that we did with the school, how do we see change in community and how do we get decision makers to I get comments from parents. This project that you did where we had students come home with tree plants and we had to plant, we had to recycle. It's such a bother to me because now we have to do all these things. And I think that's where the change comes from, is through our children. They boss us around. They tell us what to do in terms of we need to plant these traditional, indigenous trees because we're losing them out. We need to, recycle because of this. And I think that's where when we're talking about sustainability and where the change comes from, I think we need to really elevate projects, stories like that, where our communities tell us that they don't need us anymore. They don't need our funding anymore, but a change was done because of that. And I think our boards need to understand that we are only there to be 1 or 2 years and then we leave and the community takes it on forth. Sustainability, that for me is sustainability, is when our community says we're ready to continue on and we are grateful to the work that you've done. And that's something that, hopefully the board see, but it's pretty much our youth and children really do tell us when this is, they hold us true and right to what needs to be done.
Yeah, I love that point, and that's a great point to finish on. Thank you so much to George, Rachel and Dermot for being on this panel, and thanks to Katia for sharing your case study. We hope it's been useful.
Thank you so much, Rach, and to the panel. So many amazing ideas going around. I keep saying that our note-taking and our nodding has been furious in every session, and it's absolutely continued just now. I really note just how strongly the theme of localisation and contextualisation has come through from all of our sessions today, from responding to the COVID pandemic through to tackling climate change. The source of solutions very much lie in communities themselves. So thank you for your insight and for your many practical ideas. Watch out for your inboxes as there is a token of our appreciation coming your way. Thank you, Rachel, Petra, George, Dermot and Rachel. As our forum draws to a close, I am delighted to welcome Sam Mostyn, AO, to deliver our closing keynote. Sam is a businesswoman and sustainability advisor with a long history of executive and governance roles across business, sport, climate change, the arts, policy and not-for-profit sectors. In addition to her role as President of Chief Executive Women, Sam currently chairs the boards of the Foundation for Young Australians, Ausfilm and the Australian National Research Organisation for Women's Safety. Her many board appointments vary from Mirvac to the Sydney Swans, the Centre for Policy Development and the Climate Council. Between 2013 and 2017, Sam was, of course, the president of the Australian Council for International Development. She was an inaugural commissioner with the National Mental Health Commission and was deputy chair of the Diversity Council of Australia. As the former chair of ACFED, Sam knows all too well the intricacies and challenges facing small to medium-sized NGOs and will offer up her thoughts for how we position ourselves as we move forward and into this next phase of the pandemic. Welcome, Sam.
Well, thank you. That was a very generous introduction, and it's lovely to be joining you. I'm joining you actually from Canberra. I'm on Ngunnawal Ngambri land here in the ACT in Australia, and I'm not normally here. I'm normally on Gadigal land in Sydney, and but I'm here on Ngambri, Ngunnawal land. I want to pay my respects to elders past and present and the traditional custodians of this very beautiful country where I am. And the reason I'm here is I've been in Canberra to deliver an address at the National Press Club about how to build a vibrant post-pandemic world in Australia, and really about who we have to include in that, and particularly women and First Nations people and our migrant populations, and to kind of call for a big, bold, really, really optimistic plan for the country that interestingly starts where I just heard that last session end, which is about celebrating community, listening to community and being realistic about what's actually happening in all of our communities here in Australia. And the reason I'm still here, sadly, is that my mother is not so well. So she's in a hospital here, and I had planned to say lots of things to you today, and I may be a bit shorter because I have to go and see her in hospital. But I'm really delighted that I could still join you from a hotel here in Canberra. And I also wanted to say that it's wonderful to be part of your closing moments for this important gathering. And I also wanted to pay respects to all of you, and particularly to First Nations people who are part of the call, and those of you that are joining from many places around the world. It's wonderful to join you, and a real privilege. And I do take some of my favourite memories as someone involved in the world from my time at ACFIT, and of course I was on the board of Australian Volunteers International, and I learnt so much at that time about the relationship that Australia has through volunteers in local communities. And you may have had AVI volunteers in your worlds, but it's been nice to be asked back to do this with you. And I know you had Tim Costello last year. It's very hard to follow Tim Costello as an inspiring end of conference speaker. So I thought I'd just say a few things, and I've been briefed a bit on what you've been talking about. So I thought I wanted to leave you with some inspiration about the future, but also some really positive thoughts about what is changing, and maybe how you orient some of your thoughts coming out of the sessions that you've had already, and where you take that as you leave this conference. And where I'm going to start is really one of the biggest things we've seen recently happening in the world, and that was the COP26 in Glasgow, which you are all very, very aware of. And the reason I just wanted to open with that is something very important happened at COP. And it wasn't to do with countries who didn't sign up for big targets like Australia, which was very sad for people like me. But it was in what was the mood and what was happening at that COP that we had never seen before. And it was a few things: no contest on the science of climate change, and an absolute belief from the majority of the world that we have got to move very, very fast to deal with the issues of climate change. And I'm going to mention something else that came up that is incredibly important, that I think is important to you. But the speed of response to climate change, the voices of young people were heard, the voices of communities were heard, and to have Pacific Island leaders actually dialing in and showing the impact of climate change in community, and we've seen that in Australia around the Torres Strait, to actually see that and to understand that what is happening in those parts of the world that didn't cause any of the carbon emissions that have led to these disastrous issues happening, now suffering those consequences, and what pressure there is on now the big polluters and the big rich nations, including Australia, to do our part. And I don't think we've seen anything quite as clear about just how quickly that is moving and how fast the expectation is about response. And the other feature was seeing at least $150 trillion worth of private money at the table, offering to deal with issues of climate change response rapidly. And I know from my business world that we are moving very rapidly to big, big funds of money, moving very much into the sustainability, climate change, and what's called environmental, social and governance payments or principles. And that money must be something that's available to you as NGOs and the work you do in local communities around both mitigation and adaptation to climate change issues. There has never been a faster and more dramatic move of capital than is going on right now to those projects in those countries that are going to move rapidly to decarbonising, and a big push about, I don't like the terms global north and global south, but it was what was used at COP, but this reckoning about who should be paying and where should the focus be, and the role of collaboration. I heard you've been doing a lot on collaboration and storytelling and bringing the local into the planning of big things. This is now the moment. There will be financing, private financing, there will be government financing and collaboration, I think, for the appropriate spending of that money into things that matter to your organisations. And none of this can be done without the NGO community and people who understand community at their core the way you do. So that was a big issue. The second one, though, and I'm not sure if you've spoken about it during the conference, but the big thing that will come reduction look like a small issue, if you can believe that, is nature and the valuing of nature and the same principles about how we will account for the amount of nature we have destroyed and what we've got to do on biodiversity and the protection of our biodiversity services that actually underpin everything we do. It underpins our food systems, our water systems, the very essence of how we live. And I'm certain that by the next COP in a year's time, we'll be seeing as much activity on nature-based investing and putting a value on nature, a proper value on nature, and you'll see governments issuing bonds on the protection of nature and understanding how we really understand what we can't afford to lose on biodiversity services. And I do think for NGOs in the kind of work you're doing, particularly outside Australia, there are new stories to be told about the basic systems that underpin how we have clean water, clean air, and how we feed ourselves. And I think that's a big role to play, and in collaboration. So I would keep your eyes out for those kind of moments that you can enter into the nature discussion. The other thing that happened was the issuing of the new regulations, international standards for sustainability reporting. So I caught the end of that conversation about where's sustainability going. It's just ramped up again. And so there will be an international standards board on sustainability reporting, which means both that any company or organisation reporting on sustainability can't do greenwashing, must actually meet the standards set by the international board, the same way we do with international finance reporting. And as part of that, there'll be more and more organisations needing to partner with NGOs on the ground to understand how to account for that work that goes to sustainability on all levels, and I think all 17 of the Sustainable Development Goals that I think you would all know so much about. So that they are new things that are happening. They're happening, I think, fast compared to how long it's taken us to get to the Paris Agreement and now those things that happen at Glasgow and as we moved on. So do keep an eye on nature, and if your organisations are involved in those issues locally, find the pathways to tell your stories and link that with these big movements that are going on. I think the other thing that's happening is we're having a much bigger, better conversation about ethical governance, about inclusive governance. The big debate here in Australia, or the big movement, is around this year has been all about how we have not been treating women well, and how we have to think about how we create safe places for women and men and deal with things like violence, whether it's family violence and sexual violence. But the commitment we need to make as leaders in all our organisations to create cultures that are safe and inclusive. And increasingly those things are going to matter, certainly for investors and for private sector and government sector organisations looking to partner with civil society and NGOs. And so I think that has stepped up enormously, largely through the testimony and the bravery and courage of young women, particularly, but young men and women who want a different world and want to make sure we no longer put up with some of those very bad behaviours we've seen in some leaders. And I think that we've seen the Black Lives Matter environment, the Me Too environment, and here in Australia, there's enough campaigns, and I'm sure that's the same across the world, that this new involvement in respect and people being held accountable for their actions. And I think more and more private sector and government agencies will need to work again alongside NGOs to actually make sure we're getting the right conversations around what makes great cultures. And for all of you in the NGO sector, your organisations will be tested on that too, as to whether you have great inclusive leadership and do you take seriously the safety of all your people, not just from a physical point of view, but from this feeling of being safe from any kind of violence or any kind of pressure or bullying. So I think that's going to be a really important feature of culture, and we will learn a lot, I think, from the NGO sector, particularly in international development. And so I think that's something for you guys to lead on and to set a tone. The thing I've seen here in Canberra, just being here and watching the political debates, is that our communities are actually pushing back now and saying we don't want short-term policies anymore. We want to actually engage in the long-term plan for how we're going to deal with the big sustainability challenges of our time. And interestingly, I know you've spent a lot of time thinking about how we come out of COVID globally and in all of your own locations? And how do we do that successfully? I kind of reject the idea that there is this moment of build back better or bouncing back. I think they're short-term hopes that politicians like to use to say everything will be okay. And in fact, I think we've all got a sense in our own worlds that coming out of COVID, we cannot waste an opportunity where we learnt in real time what it takes to actually build strong communities and who got us through COVID. And it was all community-based, and it was the people who cared for us. It was the caring professions. It was those that understands the community. In my case, that was me having the chance to go and spend time in a local community centre in the inner west of Sydney, in Marrickville, and it was called Addison Road. And I spent time there wanting to understand more and more about how during COVID it was communities, it was place-based responses to people in need and place-based responses to what we do next and how well we do that. And that's going to be a feature, I think, of a good resolution of how we come through COVID. And economists tell us that there are very rare moments in global history when something called a natural experiment occurs. That happen very, very rarely, but that COVID, for this part of the world in particular, and for Australia in particular, but also for other parts of the world, the natural experiment was the shutting of borders and the big payments to communities through JobKeeper and JobSeeker here in Australia. And that what happened was we kept people out of poverty, we kept people attached to employment, and community organisations, NGOs, came together to try to help work out how to fix those parts of the community that were most affected poorly by COVID and COVID responses. And I think if we're going to actually seriously come through this, we will have to demand of our political and other leaders, the moment that the economists tell us, we learned that you can do really big things and you can spend a lot of money to actually make the community whole. And my view is that lesson and that natural experiment about who was most affected by COVID, and it was women, young people, people who didn't have many resources to call on, they were the people who suffered most. And if they hadn't got those payments, they would be heading towards poverty. So we learned, and the economists have learned, that we can spend money and do it quickly and fix things in real time and not talk about costs so much, but talk about investment and talk about if we don't do these things now and invest, we'll have much bigger costs later. And the way I look at that, I guess, is to say many people have described climate change, the COVID pandemic, as just the small event that we've got to deal with, like a dry run, before we deal with everything that comes at us with climate change and sustainability challenges. And if that's the case, we now need to think about what are the big, bold ideas that we would have, and how would the NGO community actually bring those ideas to the table to say, this is what we can do now. We can think big, but in thinking big, we've got to actually look small. And I think that was part of the discussion earlier in your time together, that this combination of big ideas, big amounts of money and resources, but in the local, informed by communities, people taking that into that system to say, let's do this together. And let's tell stories about how we'll do that and how we can face in this with resources and not have these things happen as an afterthought as these bigger impacts happen. And so that makes me an optimist. We've got lots. COVID was enormously challenging. We're not through it yet, but we've got to take those learnings and say, that's what we learned about COVID and payments and support and vaccination programs. Now, how do we come through and make vibrant, engaging communities where we all feel that we belong, and how do we do that in partnership, and how do we deal with things, how do we learn from the vaccination issues about vaccination hierarchies and who missed out and how did privilege work. We have to make every moment now the one where leaders, and you are all leaders, you take control of some of that debate, tell the stories of who was left out, how we can never do that again, and we certainly cannot do that in the face of the kinds of crises that lie ahead, that for those of you that are in countries outside Australia, you're already feeling these impacts, and as we felt them through the bushfires in 2019, 2020. So they're kind of big issues and they're big topics and kind of in many respects feel quite daunting. But I think you hold the key to how we're going to handle this and face into it, because you know how to partner and you know what's happening locally. You have a different set of ethics and values in the NGO sector than many governments and some private sector actors have. But they've had to change too because of the response recently. And as I said, there is now so much interest in trying to work out how we're going to make the big solutions for climate change and sustainability and nature. And I think that opens up pathways for you to lead those conversations. So I think that was probably all I wanted to say. And I don't think we're taking questions, but I can if you want, or comments. But I just want to say it's so wonderful that you keep doing this and you keep meeting, and that it's really important you keep positive. There's a lot of reality to deal with, and I'm a sort of practical optimist or a pragmatic optimist, and it's sort of dealing with that huge amount of weight, but then letting go of it and knowing we've got a really good path of things. And I would imagine that you can lead, and I hope you do, and I hope you feel that you can face into this future with optimism. I take great strength from the work that you do. As I said, I miss my time at ACFID and AVI, and when I was invited back, it felt like an opportunity just to touch this sector again and feel like and hear a bit of what you're doing. And I just think you're remarkable. And so I hope that's helped think about some of the things you've heard about through the various presentations. I hope that's hit the brief. And I wish I could see you and actually engage with you, but I think you will play big roles, and I can't wait to see the things that you do and hear more about all of your organisations and leading us into better ways of facing into the future.
Oh, thank you so much, Sam, for your absolutely generous spirit and for sharing those insights with us today. There really couldn't have been a better way to wrap up our time together today. You've reminded us again of the importance to listening to young people, listening to communities, to elevating their voices, and that we are the privileged ones with access to these stories, new ideas that need to be told from our worlds, and the critical role of the small NGO in listening to and telling these stories. Thank you for being an optimist, and thank you for imparting your hope onto the group today. Please watch out in your inbox. There's a little token of our appreciation coming your way, and big hugs to you and Mum today. Hope all goes well.
Thank you so much, and I hope as you leave this, everyone, you have a lot of things to look forward to, and you're reunited with family and friends, and as borders open, that there are wonderful celebrations and comings together again where we can actually be in each other's presence and have that spirit of being together and hospitality with one another. So I wish you all the very best.
Thank you, Sam. So I don't know about you, but I am ready to leave the afternoon feeling pretty energised and enthused to continue on our development mission. And on this high note, that is a wrap for the 2021 Pawa Liklik NGO Forum. We can't go with thanking all who made today possible: Minister Cecilia, Professor Brendan Crabb, Sam Mostyn, our wonderful moderators, Dallas, Mark and Rachel, all of our expert panellists and the NGOs who candidly shared their challenges, our partners, UQ, ACFID, and a big thanks again to Rachel Mason-Nunn from Goodwill Hunters, who was instrumental in bringing today together. Behind the scenes from KTF to Mike, Anita, Jenny Lee, and all the team for their support. And most importantly, to you for being part of this incredible development community who are making impact each and every day around the world. Thank you. Until next year, you can continue connecting with the small, powerful community at powerliklik.community, where the recording will be available tomorrow. If you have any resources you'd like to share with the community, and we've been making notes of all the great links, send them through to us at admin@kokodatrackfoundation.org, and we will upload them to the site. Stay safe and well, and we'll see you next year, hopefully when we are back together in person. Bye for now.
Looking in your eyes, I see a paradise. This world that I found is too good to be true. Standing here beside you, want so much to give you this love in my heart that I'm feeling for you.
Let them say we're crazy, I don't care about that. Put your hand in my hand, baby, don't ever look back. Let the world around us just fall apart. Baby, we can make it if we're heart to heart. And we can build this dream together, standing strong forever. Nothing's gonna stop us now. And if this world runs out of lovers, we'll still have each other. Nothing's gonna stop us. Nothing's gonna stop us now.
I'm so glad I found you. I'm not gonna lose you. Whatever it takes, I will stay here with you. Take it to the good times, see it through the bad times. Whatever